Hokairi, my Waki Akutachi. How we doing? How we doing? I hope you guys are doing so very well. Welcome in, everyone. Hello, Shiroi, and hello to anyone out there who hasn't had a chance to say hi yet. Welcome, guys. How we feeling? Did we like this this Intervallo, the twining threads? I know I'm frankly quite looking forward to it. Good old House of Spiders, House of Spooters. I think it's going to actually be a fantastic Intervallo. I remember watching the trailer, I was like, oh my god. So I'm actually quite looking forward to this one. I actually had a lot of people explain to me the difference between Pontilism and Fauvism, which is fantastic. So now I know they are literal schools of thought. So yeah, that's the big update here, but I'm actually looking forward to get jumped in. I was actually told this is a bit of a shorter Intervallo, which is kind of surprising. Like it's only 3 hours long or so, I want to say. Yeah, it's surprising, honestly. I'm kind of used to Intervallos being about 4 to 5. So the fact this one's only 3 hours is kind of crazy. Who are the event bonus IDs? Oh, apparently the House of Spooters and the Ring Pontilist. Frick! I didn't pick up Ring Nurse Father and Ring Apprentice because I want to use tickets before I start, you know, constantly tossing other stuff or dispensing IDs, but I'm starting to feel like I might have to dispense some IDs. Cause Nurse Lou is a little too good to ignore, at least from what I hear. And I would actually love to run the ring in the new thing. Oh. What do I do? 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 I really don't know what to do.
오전에 해야 할 오전에
430 thread crates. Because the Season 3 Deca extraction ticket, or Season 7 Deca extraction ticket can easily... Sharding is always an option. Don't you get one for doing House of Spooters? Oh my god, it's all the way up to 80? 80? What do they think I am good at this game? 80? I'm not good at Lickboo. All right, well, sharding is an option, but I believe so. I haven't did one in a while. Fauvism. Maybe I'm still holding out because I haven't gotten the battle pass. Well, either way, why don't we get started with this story so we can see what happened after Canto 9? Because there is probably a lot more than we would expect that would have happened in such a short time. All right, funeral. A funeral was held for Martin and the LCE researchers today. I thought I'd seen more than my fair share of deaths throughout my journey with the sinners, but never before had I witnessed this many people gather in one place to mourn the deceased together. The unfamiliarity made me feel out of place. Am I doing this right? Most of the sinners seem to be feeling that similar sense of being out of their element as well. Some of them were asking Mersault, apparently the most knowledgeable of them all when it came to funeral process and etiquette, all manner of questions for pointers. Expressing respect is the primary purpose. Hand placement and gesture are important if that objective can be accomplished. Hey, where do you put this? Beneath the third pillar to the right. Can't any of you quit chattering for 1 second? Have you all forgotten the instruction to carry yourselves with solemn propriety that befits the occasion? Cut me some slack. I haven't been to funerals all that much. I mean, I did tell you to read the manual. I even underlined all the important parts for you. Sorry, Ishi. The wall of text was just too much for me. My focus started fizzling out from page 30 onwards. Hadn't every sinner here attended a funeral before, back when we set foot in the grim manor in T-Corp? Thou speakest of the funeral held in young Heathcliff's manor, dost thou not? The one bereft of the dead. Bereft of the dead? I mean, someone had to have died in Minecraft, because there wouldn't have been property dispute big enough to involve the Alfie Association's notarization otherwise. I've said this time and time again, but it was just an intentional anonymity to prevent family strife. And they weren't even Alfie, they were Ring. Intentional anonymity, is it? If the situation was indeed as thou sayest, then there was no helping it, forsooth. Yet 'tis a pity that the dead wasn't named at their own funeral. The name of the deceased. Yeah, I need my British accent. Name of the deceased was. It was Catherine's funeral. She was very dear to Heathcliff. I have thoroughly reviewed the past 5 years worth of local newspapers pertaining to the matter, yet no such name relevant to the case was identified. Manager. It's fine, blockhead. At least you remember. That's good enough, isn't it? It had to be the Golden Bow's influence. Somewhere along the way, everyone's memories of the event at Wuthering Heights had become warped. The sinners seemed to think that the Golden Bow had always been there in the manor, and that Nellie was coaxed into stealing it by Herman. Linton, in their minds, was now a grieving brother who had been conducting research for his dead sister's sake. Nobody questioned it, not Don Quixote, not Faust. Every single sinner believed the twisted version of the memory as if it was proven fact. Heathcliff and I gave up trying to correct them. Instead, we just check in on each other's memories every now and then. Aw, that's quite the bond between Heath and Dante. Don, manager, remember to stay hydrated? Yes. Critique can get 21 if satisfy its condition. Because if there's something that he and I realized, it was that anything tied to Catherine had already been painted over. Every detail, gilded and glossed over with the glow of the bow. The point is, how should I put this? The circumstances of that funeral didn't exactly leave us much room to properly express our condolences back then. Between Heathcliff running on a rampage and that Heinley guy bent on interfering with the execution of the will, I assume that sort of impediment was pretty common stuff for funerals, but apparently not, huh? No, well, I think it's actually rare to see a place that follows proper funeral procedures. I've traveled around quite a bit myself, but I can't confidently say that I've been to a legitimate funeral. That one at Wuthering Heights was one of the more proper funerals, if only for pretending to have a process. They at least prepared a coffin and even had a formal reading of the will. It seems funerals are far from being an everyday custom in the city. Funerals are considered rather extravagant practice here as well. corporations are not eager to grant time offs just because an irrelevant someone has ended, and the price of real estate seldom makes it viable to buy land and erect memorial houses on it. And what other options do people usually have? We used to just leave them where they died. And after one night's sleep, the bodies were gone. Just like that. Better than paying loads of money to bury them somewhere, just to have that stir up a load of daft rumors, eh? Rumors? You know, rumors about there being valuables buried but with the bodies, or an arm being some fancy prosthesis, all that rot. Better to let the dead go in peace than to bury them in a grave, just for some sods to later desecrate it. In Hong Yuan, people tend to set up graves if they have enough room to spare. Of course, there wasn't a guarantee they wouldn't lose the burial room by the next restructuring day. Hohenheim scoffed and hung his head. Odious foolishness, all of it. Comforting the soul of the departed, another mendacity. All those funds so carelessly squandered, all for the purpose of furnishing the lie, living with a fragile excuse to cling on. Are those words from the heart, or just something said to convince himself? Whichever was the truth, I couldn't see the look on his face with his head tucked so low. The funeral didn't last long. It was a brief moment, just a brief moment of silence, followed by a few quick goodbyes that were shorter still. The ceremony came to a close once Alyssa, who was still in recovery, came to pay her final respects. The flames devoured the coffins of Martin and the other researchers, announcing the end of their existence with a crackle of firewood. So, I suppose you'll be leaving now? Oh, we're staying until Gregor's stable enough to travel. Dante says we'll remain here until Gregor's condition settles. Gregor came to his senses again a few days after his unforeseen metamorphoses in the battle against the Thumner's father. He was given a checkup, and Hohenheim said there is no cause for concern. Physically, that is, the psychological assessment turned up disastrous, to say the least. Gregor was declared unfit for combat deployment for the time being. Poor freaking Gregor. It was all thanks to, you know, she just had to push it, didn't she? She just had to push Gregor over the edge, force him to lose it. She kept on pushing and pushing and pushing until he metamorphosized. And he remembers all of that. Again, he was conscious to the point where he could say, like, you know, destroy me. His sanity, his low sanity was basically just that. So you won't be leaving just yet. Good to know. Then I assume you'll be okay with us borrowing Sinclair for a while? Me? Yes, you. The LCE wants to look into the sign that you manifested, Sinclair. The higher-ups didn't want to waste waste a second green lighting the project, which means what I'm telling you is more of a notice of investigation than a request for permission. Huh? What investigation? What are you... It's a rather rudimentary instance of human experimentation. Calm yourself. Human experimentation? You really have to put it like that, boss? No, not to worry, Sinclair. A swipe or two on your skin, maybe some talk therapy. That's all there is to it. Of course, if we had your consent, avenues of research could be... No, I'm not giving you my consent. For your reference, the other departments have also submitted some enthusiastic requests for research and observational purposes. Oh, you have no idea. We had to get the boss to fend off LCA's Mirror World Observatorium and their hissy fits. They wanted to be the first ones to get their hands on you and spearhead the research, you see. And had we allowed them, they'd have kept you for a good few months before letting you go, so the least you could do is thank us to be a good boy and cooperate. Ah, just in time. Our researchers are here. Alyssa waved at the researchers, who were filing out of the funeral after paying their respects. And it wasn't long before Sinclair found himself surrounded on all sides. Wait, I'm perfectly capable of walking there on my own, so just don't run any painful tests on me. Of course. Stay strong, Sinclair. All I could do was offer an unspoken encouragement to Sinclair, who sounded ready to collapse into full-blown panic at any time. What about you? You not going with them? Oh, it's back to the long-term recovery ward for me. I always thought scientific research was the one thing that flamed my passion, but recent events introducing me to the merits of paid sick leave, I realized that time off beats research projects. In my book, marginally. Enjoy it while it lasts. I highly suspect that every request for PTO submitted by our department will be rejected for the rest of the year. Well, it's true your average corporation doesn't give more than a week off a year. As soon as Alyssa trudged off with her dragging steps, the researchers seized Sinclair and carried him away, really. Alright, we should get going too. Oh, you'll have somewhere else to be? Well, I thought I'd go visit Gregor. I'm worried about him. Got something I said I'd help with. Gotta be there for it. I'm going with Sinclair to get some rest. Also to keep an eye on the researchers and stop them if they try anything fishy with the experiments. Let me know if you need anything. Let me know later if you need anything, Dante. The sinners fanned out. Holy crud, wait. So that means we're only really going to have Rioshu and someone else, and then at the very end, Dante's going to use the fainting attack. Or not the fainting attack. The fainting ability. That's exactly what's going to happen. The sinners fanned out in different directions. They seem to have their own errands to run during our stay at the LCE. Everyone's busy with their own thing. The fainting attack. Dante fainting attack. The only ones keeping me company now were Rioshu, who'd been filling the air around with thick smoke, Don Quixote, who was sniffing and asking around at every corner for Vespa, and a valiant quest for the new color fixer's whereabouts. Faust, who was still here too, staring blankly into the air. Is she accessing the Gesellschaft? To me, that's just a funny image. She's just, You seem to have some time to spare, manager. As I stood there, wondering what I should do next to pass the time, Hohenheim, who had apparently finished tackling and signing the stack of papers, walked over to me. This makes things rather convenient. There is something I had intended to discuss with you and Sinner Rioshu, a matter that requires your assistance. What kind of assistance? Wokoi, says CH. Wait a minute, did Rioshu just step in as my interpreter? We have leveled up our friendship. It's not that I don't appreciate her gesture, especially since she's usually snap at me and tell me to find someone else to interpret whatever the issue came up. But I can't help but doubt whether her choice method of interpretation actually accomplishes anything. There is, I admit, a certain novelty in witnessing the reconstruction of that which requires interpretation into yet another linguistic form, equally demanding of it. It would seem we are in need of more manpower. Scratching his head, Hohenheim looked up at me before addressing, before coming to a sudden pause, as though an idea had crossed his mind. At the end of his gaze was a certain someone who was busy badgering LCCA employees with her relentless questioning. Who else, pray, might know where he is, if thou knowest not? Now listen closely. The one I seek is a bearer of hair fashioned in the likeness of a bull. You there? Why don't you join us too? The moment you need a translator for a translator, dude, I love how Hohenheim didn't even intend to roast, but that basically toasts Rioshu. Dost thou speak to me? The LCCA personnel, who were cornered by Don Quixote and her rather forceful interrogation regarding Vespa, took the opportunity and fled the scene without so much as a backward glance the moment their captor turned her head. Indeed, there is a task that requires your assistance. But I have yet more wits to trade with the most noble yellow harpoon. You seek to emulate the virtue of chivalry. Does that entail turning down the earnest plea of those in need? Oh! I love Don Quixote. She's so funny. It's just, she's just a silly goose. I won't be paying attention since I haven't done the Intervallo yet. What a nasty man. Yeah, see? Rui hasn't, but Rui's here anyways to enjoy the Intervallo with me. To enjoy it with me and the hard work I put in to voice these characters as best as humanly possible in English. And you show up and you're just like, well, I want you to know I'm here, but I'm not paying attention. Run, Vespa, hide from the Don Crichora. Justice! For the sake of charity and distinction, it would be prudent to assign you to a different identifier from that of my assistant. You are to be number 2. That is, assistant number 2. I have not yet concluded mine exchange with the yellow harpoon, but no true knight would abandon those who call for their aid. Pray, speak thy quest. How may I be of service to thee? Delegating the interpretation of the manager's speech to Sinner 4 has proven to be counterproductive. As such, your task will be to report to me what the manager says. Oh, that is indeed a simple you will need a third translator. However, this Wokoa eludeth mine understanding as well. Prithee, allow me a little time to uncover its mystery. Relay the manager's word, not Sinner Rioshu's. They're asking you what kind of assistance you need. The request for interpretation was not directed to you, but I cannot deny your meddling in the present circumstance is a welcome one. It was simple that the irrationality and inefficiency of your suboptimal staffing choice and workflow has become sufficiently unbearable. Faust hopes this was not some guileful scheme to elicit Faust's cooperation. In any case, manager, this request of mine concerns an investigation into the back doors located in the House of Spiders. I deem that the two of you should be the ones most familiar with the structure and layout of the house. After all, you are the ones monitoring the entirety of the 5 prolonged assault operation, and Sinner 4's familiarity does not bear repeating. Do we go to the House of Spiders right away? Ostra, you have assisted enough. Perhaps you could help. Perhaps you could help, Faust. Sure. Although not word for word, Faust relayed my intention to Hohenheim, who responded by shaking his head. Not immediately, no. There's one more member you should bring along. One more member? Seeing me tilting my head, Hohenheim pushed up his glasses. The apprentice who was captured alive in the House of Spiders. Kira, she has regained consciousness. And just like that, Dawn gets fired before she can do her job once. Poor Dawn. She didn't even do anything. She was like, okay, I will help. immediately loses her job. Dude, what is this big 26? People losing their job before they're even hired. The place Hohenheim led us to looked less like a recovery ward and more like an interrogation chamber, though every single medical equipment installed seemed to be state-of-the-art. This place looked well equipped. Looks well equipped. Probably a direct order from upper management. Although technologies to restore lost body parts are common enough in the city, a facility of this kind is required to preserve the original form of her lower body in the reconstruction process while keeping the cost reasonable. Reasonable, huh? Do I want to ask how expensive the other options are if this counts as reasonable? A windowless room, thick with the sharp scent of medicine and chemicals. Kira was sitting in the bed at the center of the room, kicking her feet as she regarded us. For some reason, recovering from bisection, she didn't look much different from how she'd appeared when I'd seen her through the sinner's shared vision. She was captured alive for the extraction of information, yes? But for how long is the progress of extraction? It hasn't begun, actually. We were waiting until the lines of information that warrant questioning can be isolated. So far, all available personnel have fully engaged in analyzing documents and items discovered in the House of Spiders. Then what's she even doing here? There's work to be done, contingent upon information obtaining only from a recent inhabitant of House of Spiders, and following a discussion with the upper management, I've decided to put you to use as the company had originally intended. No TV, no comic books, just a super prickly glare and a cold shoulder whenever I ask for something to pass the time. And now you suddenly need my help, huh? Give me one reason I should cooperate. Hohenheim didn't so much as twitch an eyebrow at Kira's biting tone. He merely gave her a nod with a steely, imperturbable expression. I didn't ask for your help. Put you to use, I believe is what I said. What? Your survival is not incidental. It is the result of calculation. The company anticipates a potential profit by keeping you alive. Expected gain, as the term goes. Without such a forecast on the company's part, you would have already been disposed of. The upper management consists of people who would be disinclined to tolerate the daily maintenance and depreciation costs of this room, even at half their current numbers, which brings us to our next point. Should you insist on maintaining this uncooperative attitude, the company may decide to convene a meeting to reassess your worth, or shall I say, lack thereof, in its projected income statement. Well, suffice to say that such a reassessment would skew heavily against your favor. The outcome would be a recommendation for immediate disposal. Hohenheim always had a way with words that could prickle and sting. But with Kira, it almost felt as if he traded the usual thorn for a sharper knife and twisting it right where it hurt. I'm dead meat as soon as my usefulness runs out anyways. It's not like you're gonna let me live. Not after I killed a bazillion of your guys. So you anticipated some form of corporate-level retaliatory response against your person. That is indeed a curious line of reasoning. Then, I must tell you, unlike your typical backstreet syndicate, as such as the middle, corporate entities of city tend to avoid choices that may incur losses. Value of information that could be extracted from apprentice of the middle and the combat prowess, honed under the tutelage of a great brother of the middle. These two considerations are likely what increase your value in the eyes of the company. Huh. Y'all got zero self-respect, huh? You should consider yourself fortunate. Huh? What the heck are you on about? Other companies would not solicit your corporation by means of verbal exchange. Your interrogator would simply open up your cranium, harvest your brain, and extract any and all necessary information without going through the intermediary steps such as this. Even without resorting to such message, the range of available means to compel the disclosure of information is practically limitless. Truth serums, hypnotic suggestions, electrical shocks and stimulations, and of course, procedures utilizing distortions and abnormalities. That being said, the LCE department prefers to distance itself from uncivilized approaches that may entail complications and after effects. I do hope that we share a similar predilection. You're so frickin' annoying, you know that, mister? The feeling is entirely mutual. I mean, he is probably not having much of it. To be fair, he did basically lose Martin to these clowns, so. And as stone cold as he was, it did hurt. Oh, and still angry. Kira's lucky that it's not Albina. I bet Matthias was swinging a dude around. Good thing she's not Albina. Yeah, if she was Albina, this would be over. Leaving the biting chill of his threats to sink in, Hohenheim turned towards the exit. Give her some push and bring her along. I don't quite seem to be myself today. No, disregard that. That was a rather foolish thing to say. I will defer this matter to you, manager. Work of this sort likely follows within your capability than my own. And with that, Hohenheim stepped out of the room, leaving me to deal with Kira. His reaction was understandable. The LC only just finished laying its dead researchers to rest. Kira was probably the last person anyone wanted to face right now, much less speak to. What should I even say to persuade her? I was still caught in thought when someone, quite unexpectedly, made her way to Kira. Yoshihide? You. Heard you got stabbed in the back by Matthias. That's not true. Papa wasn't landing a fatal blow unless he cut through me too. That's exactly why he did that. To aim for the enemy's head. Besides, he made the right choice. A little sacrifice ain't a thing in the family. Family. Coming from him, a middle mutt thrown out of his kennel. Doesn't it sound ridiculous, even to you? That's thrown out. The hecker Matthias was a GB, only by technicality. He hecked up so badly, he was still family by name, but underneath it, everyone hoped he'd disappear quietly on his own. Nobody wanted him around. Same treatment for me, being his brat. Not surprising, it's the ST for bowl cut too. Same tastes? Oh, young Rioshu, could it be thou dost harbor a passionate zeal for I quickly clapped a hand over Don Quixote's mouth as she smoothly chimed into the conversation. So, what exactly is your point? The point is, you're taking too long. If you can't decide whether you want to live or die, I can shorten that hesitation. CQ, or I'll sink this right this instant. What does that mean? Cooperate quietly, or I'll snap your neck completely right this instant. Sink isn't such a bad way to go, if you're keen on keeping that loyalty axe straight to the grave. This is so creepy. Whatever, I get it, okay? I'll talk if that's what you want so bad. That actually worked? Fixers who go out in a blaze of glory aren't actually the strong ones. It's the ones who survive. The ones who live to see another day and keep getting stronger. Anyways, Yoshihide, what's up with you talking in weird butt abbreviations? Like, sink. That's so random. Who even says that? Rioshu didn't bother and simply chewed on the mouth end of her cigarette. Well, Sounds like she's not that indoctrined in the middle ways. Well, to be fair, Matthias probably didn't really teach her too much in the middle ways. Because again, he was kicked out. But is that really the right call? To her, we're probably people that she needs to settle a score with. As if. Half her tattoos are gone. Clock. They even confiscated her book. You think the middle's sorry excuse for loyalty means so much to for this stray that she'd bite us? Besides, no better hear it from her instead. Hey, tell me why Matthias kicked the bucket. That's cause Papa was weaker than y'all. Yeah, you're the jerk's brat, all right. Kira pushed herself up on the bed with a sour face, but at least she didn't argue back. And we called Hohenheim, who'd been waiting outside, back in. I assume the prisoner was successfully persuaded. Come, you'll find your weapon on the table. You may use it in the event of an emergency. What the heck? I can't even unsheath it. You won't be able to use it without authorization. The code has been slightly adjusted. Now then, let us head to the House of Spiders at once. The back door is up and waiting for us. We made our way to the House of Spiders, with Kira trailing behind us, looking like she was smelling something particularly fishy on us. Hello, Michelin. This means if she can survive this interval, she might be a recruit after all. Nope. All it'll take is she'll say something like, man, I might actually enjoy working for Limbus Company. And immediately she'll get turned into an apple. Immediately. The punctilist studento. The Eurification Limbus version.
지령을 받았습니다.
소재가 준비됐어.
Oh, you know, we should
지령을 받았습니다.
군주가 나선다.
we should take a friend Lou.
나를 참 소재가
And then the
준비됐어.
Pontilism ones.
지령 녹수
부름이
독재 가시죠.
Greg is still AWOL. Yeah, he probably will be for a while, honestly.
자, 판 돌아갑니다.
He might come back next Intervallo when Kim finally shows up. Only a few days have passed since our last visit, but the place looked markedly different from what we remembered. The sight of the hollow, frigid atmosphere and the "you don't have rain" song. I do, but you want to use Pontilist song for the increased rewards. Frigid atmospheres and the endless stretch of corridors hadn't changed, but Callisto's so-called artworks were now covered in white sheets, and unfamiliar devices were affixed all around the back doors. Pretty, who might these people thither be? Looks like some shady Heckards moved in already. Our guarded reaction prompted Hohenheim to step forward and gesture to one of the oddly dressed figures. It seems introductions are in order for both sides. This is team leader Alan from the Wayfarer Company, who will be working with us with the investigation in the house back doors. Wayfarer Company? A corporate entity partnered with Limbus Company, responsible for providing portal technology. It has, on prior occasion, been referred to as the new or aspirant W Corp. The name is an unofficial one. You mean a better W Corp? Another Alan. Our employees have also taken to calling you the new L Corp, something we have in common, given that we're both chasing after the same horizon. Ah, I remember, the company vying to take W Corp's place, right? Same horizon. He's probably talking about getting recognized as a wing. After all, the old L Corp had already fallen, while W Corp, from what I heard, is free falling at this point. Eventually, people would figure out that W Corp is not quick travel technology. It's interdimensional technology. and these are the managers and centers of LCB department, our field operations unit, frequently deployed to deal with on-site matters firsthand. They have more personnel, but the rest are tied up with duties elsewhere. Only a handful will be joining us in the investigation effort. I understand. Field operations are almost always understaffed anyways. The support you've provided us is more than sufficient. Alan gave an understanding nod. The man slipped off his bulky helmet before extending his hand in greeting. Pleased to make your acquaintance. The name's Alan, leader of the Door Breach Team 4. Likewise. From before Faust could even relay my reciprocal greeting, words spilled out of Alan's mouth in a strangely uneven rhythm, as if taking didn't bother him at all, like he was sticking to script he had rehearsed. I've heard great things about you, Manager Dante of Limbus Company, and the bus team's performance. You capitalize on the suppression of the distortions at T-Corp as leverage to push your products, and the profits were nothing short of staggering, I heard. Oh, yeah, we're supposed to be distortion resolving specialists to the public, but what's that product part about? The manager says it was merely a matter of luck. They also look forward to working with you on this task. Oh, are you the interpreter? In that case, I will be sure to consult the manager only when both of you are available. Sure. Faust didn't seem particularly pleased with the role of that Alan had pinned on her. But she nodded anyway, Faust redacting our words. This is why we need Rioshu. Well, it's a struggle, at least Rioshu doesn't censor what we say. She quietly came to my side and answered my question, while Alan carried on with Hohenheim. He's referring to the monolith sales project. The credit was attributed to the LCB at the express request of Mr. Hubert, T-Corp's executive director. Oh, so that's how the rumor spread, huh? We've reviewed the agreements. Now I understand you'll be assisting in verifying what lies beyond the back doors. I'd appreciate it if you could share any prior knowledge you have about where these back doors connect, as detailed as you can make them, if you don't mind. Hohenheim fixed Kira with a pointed look, though Kira responded by defiantly cocking her head in a show of irritation. She still gave up a sliver of information she had. Honestly, I've got pretty much nothing if it's that robo-unk in his room. I mean, I've seen Albina hit up that door and the other one over there when she was popping out to farm stuff, but... Farm? Oh, it's gathering material. I see. What kind of material? Human guts and all that. She come hauling back piles of them. So, they're probably connected to the back streets area. The back streets, Any more details? Can you stop prying? You're low-key hecking me off. What's that? What? That's literally all I've got for real. For a moment, Alan leveled Kira with a stiff expression. And before I could even register what happened, Kira's head jerked to the side with a sudden punch from Alan. I thought Kira was nimble enough to dodge a surprise attack, but this one seemed to have caught her completely off guard. She stood there blinking, eyes round in rude surprise. He's gonna live to the end now. Brat detected, therefore apply correction. Actually, it wasn't that he caught her off guard. It was the motion of the punch itself that somehow felt off. The fist being raised, the arm being extended, the blow making contact, the chain of actions there, but it just didn't look normal. Did you just hit me? What the heck's wrong with... As Kira reeled from the unexpected strike, Don Quixote spoke up in a cold, sharp tone. Thou, what manner of discourtesy is this? Ah. Did he war punch her? I think he did. With all that whining, I thought the brat could use a lesson to remind her of her place. I had no intention of damaging your company asset, of course. I simply assumed the level of warning would not be inappropriate in this case. Team leader Alan, that sort of conduct may not be an issue in your organization, but it is here. should it happen again, do understand that we may choose to terminate today's joint engagement without delay. My apologies. I will keep that in mind going forward. Alan stood down without arguing back, but Kira looked far from satisfied with how Hohenheim handled the situation. He gets to sock me in the face and walk off scot-free? So annoying. Fortunately enough, her grumbling didn't escalate into her lashing out at Alan. That punch just now, though. What was that? It exhibited a behavior that defied the standard laws of physics. Presumably, a form of technology utilized by Wayfarer Company. Let us resume the task at hand. Senator Rioshu, give Manager Allen whatever information you have. That door should lead to one of the ring-protected turfs. The other two on the left, I remember they were marked with an X painted by blood. But I, H, and I, where they actually lead, it's all blurry. It seems that the information we can provide, that's all the information we can provide. Will that suffice? We know that the doors likely connect a perceivable area. That's already a big improvement in the terms of intel for Wayfarer Company's backdoor mapping progress, which means there's less of a chance of us encountering a space beyond human perception past these doors. I think that proves Hohenheim is likely the reason Kira's brain didn't get scooped. Hohenheim's a fantastic dude. We know he's a good man. He stood up to Alan. I mean, yeah. Also, Hohenheim actually probably does have a decent bit of combat prowess. All right, then. I'll proceed with connection verification. Which door shall we test first? We'll start with the one Senator Rioshu mentioned. Huh. You don't trust me at all, huh? Then why'd you even bring me along? Ignoring Kira's jab, Alan began setting up the various devices on the door, and soon an elegant white door opened for us. Shall we? Art thou joining us as well, young Hohenheim? Just this once. There are procedures for handing over field operations. Okay, let's see what's in there. What? Is this some kind of wildlife exhibit? The moment we stepped in, the lights hit us all at once, drawing squints and frowns from the sinners. Thanks to the lack of physical eyes, I could make out a room filled with statues, or perhaps taxidermied animals. It felt like a gallery of some sorts. It was so quiet that the air itself seemed to carry a strange, somber weight. The thing on the right is horrifying. It's like La Gran Maha. Holy heck! The scale is insane! That's the whale from Aid Association Great Lake Special Issue. Where Indigo Elder is just out there chilling, by the way. He's big chillin', destroying whales. Man, seeing it in real life sure hits different than the Indigo Elder solo one-shots these monsters with the harpoon of his, huh? Well, it was an anchor. It's a great lake whale. Doesn't look like we've encountered, though. Organisms of various sources can be identified here. Singularity modified, outskirts born. They look almost alive. They're not, right? No, they're not, duh. Though Robo-Unk did say that Ring has these zoos where they put monsters on display alive. Man, this would have been way more fun if we could see the moving ones. Everything here is dead. Meh. Still looks crazy sick though. The vibe really hits. Even though she was trying to play it cool, Kira kept sneaking glances at the massive horn display off to the side, clearly surprised in a way she couldn't hide. That said, I felt a distinct shortage of hyperactivity given the presence of someone in our party. Don Quixote? The Eye of the Second Kindred, House of Tepish. Vladimir Tepis? At the mention of the word kindred, I couldn't help but follow Don Quixote's gaze. opposite whale was some other kind of exhibit. It contained items leaning on the more gruesome side of things, starting with a crimson eyeball that caught Don Quixote's attention. And body parts, like hands and bones, looked as they had been stripped from the human body. It's a gallery of the school of Fauvism, probably a main studio at that, which comes with a maestro's atelier and an auction house. Alan, we will be making our exit shortly. Prepare to initiate lockdown sequence. Before Hohenheim could even finish his urgent transmission, numerous footsteps closed in from somewhere nearby. She's likely wondering if it's anyone she knew. Bruh. Someone Quixote knew, she'd be upset. Oh boy. Turning toward the sound of shoes clacking in the floor, we found strange figures wearing animal masks, staring directly at us. At present, it's kind of like Papa's. Oh god, it's a maestro. Ain't no way. That's not a raid boss we can clear on our level. We gotta get out of here. It's not that simple. Retreating is not a viable solution here. This door is connected to the House of Spiders. Escaping without us installing a security system will invite pursuit. We must stall until Alan is ready to initiate the lockdown. As tension thickened, one of the strangers, who wore a peculiar bone mask, stepped forward. The voice that spoke to us carried equal part of curiosity and delight. You came through that door. Then the house's fall wasn't just a baseless rumor. A stray little spiderling fallen from her parents' web. How many years has it been? You. Who are you? Ah, right. It makes sense that you would fail to recognize me. I used to wear a different mask back when I used to visit as your tutor, didn't I? A wolf, if memory serves right. Yes, that must have been when I was quite captivated by the sensation of tearing into the raw, still thrashing flesh of living prey. And the predator's ferocious, yet cavernously resonant howling rings a bell. I love how Hohenheim went, nope, get the heck out. Remember, maestros are on Kalos level, meaning stronger than Lei Hung. And Lei Hung was impossible. The only reason why we beat the maestro of the dishonored maestro of the ring was due to the fact we had second Smoke War Sinclair. You're the maestro, that maestro whose whole lesson was a 3-hour sermon praising the intensity of primary colors and the strength of living creatures. Benoit, was it? That's right. Emily Benoit. And they say you can't hatch a phoenix from a chicken's egg. Doesn't always apply, I see. Oh, looks like that mindset of yours is still sly as a raven, unlike your nurse father's. Don't presume. I only remember you because of the tactillery of hides and guts made for a passable AW. At first glance, it looked like Rioshu was casually taking a trip down memory lane, but I had a feeling she was, in fact, dragging this out on purpose to buy us time. That lockdown sequencing, how much longer till it's ready? Young Hohenheim, the lockdown sequence! Don Quixote, who had been shooting the ring members an increased glare sparked by the discovery of a kindred's eye, swiftly relayed my words to Hohenheim, without even a hint of her earlier shenanigans. I'm afraid the progress and speed of the lockdown sequence lies in Alan's hands, not mine. It is by its nature time-consuming. We cannot expect haste. Perhaps that does make this a suitable juncture to trial Plan A. Plan A? Any suggestions that involve Don Quixote removing her shoes will not be dignified with a serious discussion. Instead, maybe what Hohenheim had in mind had nothing to do with Don Quixote's shoes, because he opened his mouth as though he was about to retort to Faust's categorical rejection. But the moment he followed Faust's eyes and saw what she was looking at, he quietly shut his mouth and said nothing further. Unsheathing Arayashki? Araya Yashiki? Faith in potentiality is something I dislike. As for this, however, this seems like grasping at straws. At the end of their gaze was Rioshu's blade, Arayashiki. I was gonna try using it anyways. I've long wanted to see if a maestro's death is any different. Telling him that we were just leaving won't work, will it? No, it won't. Every individual present here would be quite the fascinating specimen to the artists of the ring. We are practically a windfall of inspiration material that has conveniently been delivered to them. It is improbable that they would allow us to return unharmed. Faust is right. She and Hohenheim are geniuses, and Rioshu is the wielder of Arayashiki. Don Quixote is a kindred of the higher generation, and I happen to house a golden bow in my head. I have no idea how much the information the ring has on us, but even if they knew nothing, they wouldn't let us go easy. Are you sure about this, Rioshu? Doesn't matter if I'm SAT or not, Clock. Think of that woman as lay hung, and do as you did in HC's mansion. I'll take care of the rest. Right, that's probably our best shot. Rioshu meant was quite clear. Resonate with the golden bow, secure an advantage to fight on equal footing, then catch them off guard by slowing down the flow of time. A cut from Arayashiki, even if it doesn't give us a real fighting chance, might at least stall the maestro long enough to give us time to get away. This floor exhibit only houses submissions from the students and docents, but if you look closely enough, there are some possible ones that show the promise of excellence. And above all, this is the gallery of the School of Fauvism, and mine, the gallery of Emily Benoit, which is why I would have preferred to take you without any unnecessary fight, if possible. A shame. Still, we're talking about a unique relic here, a masterless one at that. Acquiring the Arayashiki makes it worth the cost. If you want to taste. Confusion flickered across Rioshu's face as she tried to unsheath her blade. What's the matter? How? The lock the house spiders used to buy in Arayashiki no longer exists. So why can't I draw the blade? Now that's unexpected. So the rumors of you mastering the relic, were they false? The maestro only gave the loose swing of her arm, but it was enough to make Rioshu recoil. A shadow of surprise crossed her face. The wound looked like nothing more than a light gash, yet the maestro's contemplative gaze shifted between the blood on Rioshu's arm and her own, as though the attack was an experiment to prove a hypothesis. It wasn't hard to guess what she was thinking. Noticed, did you? I had my doubts from the moment I saw you today. Was the House of Spiders a success or a failure? Tell me, Yoshihide, what do you think a serpent's defining strength is? What are you on about? Ask any student and they'll give you the same predictable answers. The deadly venom, the sleek scales. Why, it's lamentably disappointing. The maestro advanced towards us with assured certainty, then seized a beige thread dangling from the ceiling. Now, calling it a mere thread would be wrong. It's something that resembled a thread, yet felt much more disturbing. I, for one, have a particular liking for the jaw and the spine. The flexibility of the spine linked like a chain, and the jaw bound not by bone, that allow the animal to swallow its prey whole. Perhaps I should have said that I admire their structural refinement. The thrice cold ring on her finger gave a cold glint, and the walls of the ceiling suddenly began to echo with the sickening squelching crack of flesh and bones assembling. What the heck is that? Which brings me to ask, what better way to claim the delivery of promising material with a single bite than a work of art fashioned from a snake. The maestro plunged her arm into a long serpentine body of that of a monster. Her presence radiated an pressure as oppressive as that of a nurse father, only more primal and untempered. Consider it a privilege. This is the first time this place has ever been exhibited to an outsider. Hohenheim, is the lockdown sequence still not ready? 1 minute to go. Step aside. The attack from the ego gear Hohenheim hastily brandished did not even last a moment. The weapon was knocked from his hand. Oh! As I scrambled to equip the sinners with their IDs, something abruptly stopped the beast like appendage midway through its hurling motion. And the one who intercepted the blow... Kira! Huh. Crud. Oh my god. I didn't realize the maestro was using essentially a basilisk. A bone basilisk. Was Kira struggling to push back the serpentine arm with her still sealed blades. Kira? Did she suddenly have a change of heart I wasn't aware of? Crud, crud, crud. This wasn't the plan at all. Obviously not. She couldn't have changed her mind that quickly. Because the look on her face couldn't be that of anything other than that of regret. The middle, For someone who doesn't seem to be a proper member, you've inked quite the quantity of tattoos onto yourself. Ah, you must be the new kid Matthias took in. Why do you stand in my way? Hecked if I know. I'm already regretting it, alright? Dang it. They're defo gonna ditch me here. Why did I even... Must be instinct taking over. Couldn't fully shake off the opponent's killing intent, so the body chose to clash on. So the behavioral psyche, facet of the psyche, can be controlled without suitable training. Unexpected data, but useful to be sure. Shut it, mister. Quit yapping and let me use my blades. Authorized and ready. Lifting locks. Now. Kira's thermal weapon emerged from their sheaths with a metallic clang. She used the recoil of the motion to skid back and assume a defensive stance. Naturally, that broke Benoit's arm from the deadlock as well. The maestro lashed out again with the monstrous limb, but... Huh? It is a foul injustice to strike an unprepared opponent in duel. Behold, for I shall allow thee to glimpse of the bad butt form that only the most renowned fixers have displayed through the ages. Seeing an opening, Don Quixote slammed into the arm with her full might, knocking it off its trajectory. Predictably, however, the sheer force of the maestro's attack instantly reduced her to red sludge of flesh and bone, sending her remnants crashing into the door. Ready to initiate lockdown sequence, I will seal the door immediately upon your exit. Talk big, and she's gone. Everyone to the door. Faust, retrieve the organic remnants of Sinner 3. As Faust made her exit with what once was Don Quixote, the students in the ring surrounded Kira, barring her way out. A hollow chuckle slipped out of her lips. Called it for real. This is exactly why I didn't want to get involved. Taking Kira back with us would mean having a sizable force of ring trail behind her through the door. Kira, too, seemed to have realized the risk that no one in her right mind would take her. She lowered her head in defeat, as though she knew full well the fate that awaited her. I'm such a dumb butt. What was I thinking diving in like that? You, don't just stand there. Get over there now. Huh? But these guys are gonna come flooding in if I... You, TTM, want to get cleaved in the half again? You pin this on me later, you're gonna pay. Blocking the maestro's arm by a hair as it came down again, Kira hurled herself towards the door with every bit of strength she could muster. Guys, I'm gonna be so excited when Rioshu unsheathes Arayashiki. I can hardly contain my excitement. More than a few students rushed in through the doorway, chasing after the sinners who had gone ahead, but... Lockdown sequence complete. All backdoor links have been cut. Fortunately, Alan managed to sever the connection between the two back doors before the maestro could cross over. Bull cut. Think you can still use your arms? Fine. So she says. Kira would be strong enough an addition to fight with us, but the ring members that have managed to cross formed a sizable force. Fighting them off with just sinners I have on my side would not be the best course of action. In that case, guys, I assume you're all still available right now? As soon as I call out, there's voices come from Hohenheim's radio one after another. Huh? I guess so. Ready for your order, Executive Manager. I, Otis, am prepared to answer your call whenever and where... hang on, I need to finish this bite. Everyone to me. Hohenheim totally spoke for her to the higher-ups. Well, Hohenheim's a nice man. Mona Lisa. This should actually be a pretty easy fight. Never mind. Le Fauvism.
전술의 승리네요.
대단한 지휘인데 관리자가 아니라 지휘관이었던 거 아니야?
Dang, look at Kira go.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬램.
Big slam?
두려움을 모르는 건 나쁘지 않습니다만.
Because we use the corrupted Malkuth power.
사고될 시간이다. 전 무해. 짜증나게.
Oh no, Kira's really good. Well, she is still like a high up middle, so, or at least she would be considered a high up middle.
이제야 실력을 좀 내시네요. 평소에도 이러면 얼마나 이 정도쯤은.
The ring fighting the ring. Well, actually, so we have Pontilism, but what faction school of corporism? Okay. So we have Pontilism with us, corporism, and we're fighting Fauvism right now. I mean, they talked poop about Callisto, so having Callisto Lu is quite poetic.
제대로 꽂혔는데.
옳다. 아이씨, 짜증나게. 잠시.
You didn't get Albina Faust? Not yet, no. Well, I'm still waiting to get to maybe get the battle pass, because then I can use a ticket and see if I get Maestro Lu and Albina Faust, so I don't have to use my boxes just yet. I'm trying to maximize how many thread boxes I have, because I'm not a day one player, so I still need more. I need more shards. I require more minerals.
예상한 것보다 움직임이 더 좋구나. 효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
Pew
살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로 돌아가라. 미래를 과거와 같이. 여관에 가면 또 한참을 떠드시겠네. 다리에게 해줄 이야기가 또 늘었군요. 펜. 적에게 치명상을 입혔군요. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고 제가 늘
치명적인
말씀드렸죠.
한방이었어.
저는 언제나
He's going, she's ready to bring the hurt, and then we victory. It's okay, Will. Don't worry about it. It's all right. It's only the first door. The impediments are already beyond the expected levels. I swear, I thought that was it for me back there. Events of this nature won't be more frequent. We were merely beset by ill luck. If you just listened to me and pick another door, we wouldn't have gotten choked like that in the first place. Like, why even drag me into this if you weren't going to trust me, weirdos? We would have opened them all at the end of the day. SD. SD? What's that? Same difference. Again, why shorten it like that? Just say duh or something. Or just spell it out and say it as it was. Say it was anticipated. That's wah. Huh? Good work, everyone. Wayfarer does have a team dedicated to this sort of task, but the mortality rate is quite high. Honestly, I was bracing myself for the worst. The odds of completing the first door of this expedition without any casualties are under 15%. This, by all measures, counts as a flawless expedition. Tapping away at his device, Alan addressed us with an amicable smile. He seemed totally different for the same man who had manhandled Kira with a fist. Those Fauvists won't be able to cross over anymore with the door completely locked down, right? That cannot be assessed with certainty. Are you saying more might come? Just ignore the dawn puddle. The corridors and back doors have always been the ring's turf. Clock. And those Fauvist beasts have endured as a long-standing faction within the ring. If they've got that much history, they must know many backdoors, both origin and destination points. Alan clarified what Rioshu was hinting at. Yes, compared to them, we lack sufficient knowledge of alternate routes, which makes it quite difficult to prevent infiltration. No need to concern yourselves over much. Even if that were the case, it is unlikely that they would move on the House of Spiders so soon. They're one of the older branches. Great. They could always rush for a surprise attack. Even that Fauvist maestro seemed to lack clear intel on the event that took place at the House of Spiders. So, if so, it follows that they will need time to assess and deliberate about the situation. The situation? Logical scope of their concerns will be identifying the organization that has secured the House of Spiders, the possibility of additional traps beyond the backdoors, and the like. Once all backdoor related procedures tied to the House of Spiders are completed, the resulting security framework should be to preempt and block any infiltrationist attempts. This operation's more important than I thought. That aside, why couldn't I draw my blade? Is it the new scabbard's fault? Rioshu lifted the sheathed sword with an irritated frown. And that's when I felt a faint vibration. The blade twitched ever so slightly. That quivering! Most faint! 'Twas seen by all indeed? Dang. I saw it too. Is it possessed or something? Looks like I wasn't the only one who saw the sword twitching, as though it wasn't pleased at all with how Rioshu was talking about the scabbard. Ryoshu's gaze lingered on the sword before slowly shifting towards the back doors. Could it be that seeing the scabbard brought back some memory of Araya? Ryoshu, do you? Is it an SS? A demon edge? An enchanted blade? Which is it? It's probably neither of those, nor is it a sentient sword. This presents a fine opportunity. Mommy, stop bad-mouthing me. Excuse us for a moment, Team Leader Alan. Please, feel free to go ahead. The attack just now damaged some devices, so we're going to have to perform some maintenance before continuing. There's plenty of other work for me to do while you're away too. Are we to return to headquarters research facility then? No, that won't be necessary. There's a facility here that should prove more than adequate. Araya acting like a defiant daughter.
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는 마에스트로가 되기 위해 인정받은 세 가지 작품을 뜻하죠. 비록 지금 제 작품이 만인의 심금을 울리지는 못하더라도 여전히 반지에 부끄럽지 않은 작품을 선보이고 있는 것 같네요.
Man, I need her to unsheath Ariashki by the end of this. At some point. Please. Please. Hohenheim brought us to what looked like a research lab, lined with cables, rows of screens, and diagrams full of complex symbols and shapes. I didn't know there was a place like this in the House of Spiders. This is a forward base constructed by Lickboot Company. Following Operation Spiderpire, it did not exist prior to the house's fall. It is intended for additional backdoor investigation and research into irregular phenomena observed during the operation. Irregular phenomena? An example, research subjects such as a spatial analysis of the correlation and between the emergence of Sinner 11 signs and manifestation of possible future. Oh. Looking around, I spotted Sinclair and a group of researchers surrounding him, the same people who dragged him off earlier. They were accompanied by a gaggle of sinners who had tagged along to either watch the show or end some time they took a breather after work. Hohenheim, how long will the examination take? With Sinclair's biometric assessment concluded, the analyzer device should be ready for the relic now. Which means that it should be finished in an hour from now at the latest. The scabbard rattled again at the mention of an hour. I don't know why or how, but the way it swayed almost felt like a child trembling. It's moving again. Come along, Rioshu. I expect you will want to witness the procedure. Fine. Rioshu and Hohenheim headed off to the side. The examination was probably going to start immediately. Time to get to Sinclair. Wait. I was making my way towards Sinclair, who was getting bombarded with questions, when an unexpected figure behind a pillar caught my eye. It was Vespa Crabro, with a big piece of paper covered in crooked handwriting taped on his back. Snack thief? Ah, manager. Karan snacks. Mr. String Bean ate up all of them. Sorry, but I think there's been some misunderstanding. Verg, kick his butt. Oh, that would be quite the fight. A new color versus the red gaze. Not only is this a matter not worth pointing fingers over, but Karan also shares some responsibility for leaving them out on the table unattended. Still, I would prefer that you exercise more care next time, or you will put me in a tough spot. Understood. Karan, super sulky mode engaged, not talking for half a day. Deploying super pass bitter candy. Beep, beep, mode disabled. I'm not sure if this is an appropriate request, but may I remove the paper from my back now? It's a little inconvenient for me. Karan forgives this time. Next time, no mercy. Karan terrorizing 2 color fixers. My question is, well, I mean, I haven't read Leviathan, but for Karan to essentially have this much control, I have to wonder what her combat capabilities are like. Vespa, you fiend. Best make sure she doesn't listen to that radio channel again. Virgilius looked on with inscrutable expression as Karan peeled the snack thief sign off Vespa's back. Hello, Cookie. Make sure to remember this, so I don't have to think I'm burning through what little candy chance I have left on such trivial nonsense. Thank you. Vespa gave a polite nod thanks, but he was already picking something off another plate and stuffing it into his mouth. Wait a minute, I was saving that for later. I assumed you were being picky. Well, now you knew, yet I still see you gobbling up my share. Ah, he took my snack too, Verg. Kick his butt. Rodion, Well, now we know her last name too. Rodion Romanovich. I am aware that half of the total snack budget allocated to each sinner is being funneled into your snacking expenses. And now you're raiding the LCE supplies as well. Chill, that's been agreed upon, okay? Besides, that's that and this is this. The government named her Rodion Romanovich. The lines in Virgilius's brow looked deeper than usual today. Hoping to help him out of this endless cycle of snack-related headaches to satisfy my own nagging curiosity, I drew near our guide and broke his brooding silence with my TikToks. Did we learn anything about Sinclair's sign? Dante is inquiring about the outcome of the research on the sign. I've heard from researchers, but nothing of particular significance came out of it. Observation of the sign has far been limited to 2 individuals, the manager and Sinclair. Due to the limited accessibility to this phenomenon, the only verifiable information has so far been its existence. Researching that which cannot be observed is bound to be difficult. Wait a second, I just realized! That's that and this is this? Loland? Black silence confirmed? Black silence confirmed? Holy, is that the black silence? Faust has a point. Aside from Sinclair, none of the sinners could actually see the sign. And the same would go for researchers. Even Sonia said only a select few people could perceive it. If there were more individuals bearing the signs, there would be a wider pool for a comparative analysis of statistical samples to narrow down the scope. Delayed reactions. I have something known as special in the head. Like I am like special ed in the head, so it's very difficult for me. However, records indicate no suitable references exist. At present, the research effort is limited to reducing variables, such as whether or not the irregular phenomena are tied to the location where the battle took place. By individual bearing signs, do you mean people like Demian and Sanson? Wait, then could those guys do what Sinclair did? Pull in some superpowered future self and just wreck everything? Even Sonia? I should step in and put an end to the subject before Roya gets into the blues. I don't think so. From what Ishmael and Faust reported back then. Right. Sinclair said the future said each sign carries a different power, I think. Maybe you know the layers of light rings Demian used to finish off Kroger, or Sanson dragging us into his story. Those could be it. Aye, that doth seem plausible. So none of that is information we can confirm yet. Correct. As you have stated, any discussion of the subject would not venture beyond the realm of wild speculation. Nothing has been proven yet, ergo, fear would be an unnecessary response at present. This is, at best, grounded in supposition. Oh, that bit about the sign may be being some singularity or whatever, yeah? The precise position of the hypothesis was that of fundamental principles of the sign working may be equivalent to those of singularities or relics, but as no actionable evidence was obtained from Sinclair, there is presumably presently no means by which this hypothesis may be validated. I see. Then nothing came out of them dragging Sinclair off for that research. Oh, you thought I was being dragged off, but still let it happen anyway? No, I mean... I'm kidding. I'm just trying to go along with the mood. The old Sinclair wouldn't have even thought of a joke around like that. He's really changed lately. For the better, I think. So, did anything happen to you that I should worry about? I stuck close to him just in case. Nothing serious came up. Just took some blood, a small skin sample. Oh, and they were also checking if the sign reacts to electrical stimulation. And I had to fill out some questionnaires too. Things like, please describe what you remember from the battle exactly as it happened, or list the sensations you felt when you regained consciousness. And your memories of that moment have yet to return? No, I don't know if they'll ever come back, actually. Faust said they only exist with my future self, so... Wait, but my future self, to even have those memories, shouldn't I carry them in the first place? Oh, which comes first? Paradox, it would seem. In that case, enjoying the Intervallo? So far, yes. I feel if we ask Mersalt, he will show his sign too. We just never asked him. He's got a sign underneath the glove. We've just never asked him. Sinclair is merely one branch among many possible futures. If the future unfurls into boundless branches by means of ceaseless bifurcation, then the body of information that constitutes a certain future would scatter into grains more fleeting than dust, too diminished to ever reverse their course and trace their path back to the self that now exists. Is that the theory suggested? Not certainty, but plausible interpretation. Here you go, Garden. More of the nonsense only you lot understand. Oi, memory or not, that future guy still came out of him, didn't he? Then some part of him's got to be left in there somewhere, yeah? Like muscle memory or whatever. Perhaps he can pull off some sort of those tricks from back then. Tricks from back then? Interval, kind of the aftermath. Smart people talking. We'll find out soon since his canto's next. Well, no, it's supposed to be Kim. I just love that. And we have Kim who joined us too. Is Kim in the room with us right now? And she kicked off out proper there. Even pulled out that trick you pulled up from that blasted old geezer, right? Not just that, he was using the Mang technique quite effortlessly too. What? That glowing ring thing? Yep, the glowing ring. He had two of them coiled around his weapon. I used the glowing ring thing? This is the first time I'm hearing anything about it. Alright, so what exactly is the glowing ring thing? Anyone? Maybe some technique that enhances physical capability? I mean, I guess that flashy aura that makes you real tough's part of it. But there's gotta be more, right? Dunno, could be a secret secret finger thing they pass down to their members. Technique, gear, something like that. Look at that. That black coney ledger. That lay hung prick and the nurse fathers we fought. Lot of them's a finger, ain't they? The notion seems to unravel, for even among the LCD, there were those who came to wield it. And Virgilius too. So what, only the proper hard heckards can use it? Some posh top-end trick, is it? Without anyone in particular prompting it, the sinners turned their gaze towards Virgilius and Vespa. I only learned to wield it from my team leader too. I have a sensory understanding of Shin, but I can claim nothing too profound. However, what I can spare are some rumors though. They are all without proper sources. Rumors? They circulate among elite fixers and association leadership. That there exists a power called Shin, capable of enhancing the body without having to pay expensive upkeep costs. A rumor? Among fixers, sayest thou? Yes, even the techniques to manifest how-to tips really spread through hearsay. Oh yeah, that tracks. The Super Ricky column in the latest mag bonus video. Bro was popping off. Straight Aura farm with this shiny mang wrapped around his weapon. It must be that mine eyes are yet privy to see such a marvel in a video. Wait, you serious? It's in the latest issue. Literally on the videotape in the back. Maybe you missed it? Video? Tape? Alas, for many a week have I been stranded from Mephi, leaving me a chance to not read not only the prior chronicle, but the latest one as well. Woe is me. When I return, I shall feast through the night upon noble exploits of adventuring fixers. As Don Quixote dramatically spiraled into a state of utter dejection, Otis cut into the conversation, her gaze narrowing with suspicion. From what I recall, the mantle of Shin grants its users a high degree of physical enhancement. There is no such thing as reinforcement without supplies. No power of that magnitude come without an equivalent cost to wield it. That power relies on emotion and will for manifestation. Its output is not consistent like prosthesis and augmentation. And depending on how it is used, the consequence it demands can reach levels comparable to the ego you use. You mean to say it exacts a toll upon the mind? I can walk you through the fundamentals if you'd like. From what I observed, it appeared to be a technique reserved for those of considerable strength. At our current level, it is not unreasonable to assume we could make use of it. Regarding that, our team leader has been conducting intensive research, and according to her, physical strength itself has little bearing on one's ability to learn and wield Shin. As the yellow harpoon says, it is, in essence, a power that can be learned by almost anyone, provided they know the proper method of training. Vespa's eyes visibly twitched the moment yellow harpoon left Virgilius's lips. Yet it doesn't seem like he's a fan of his own title, the yellow harpoon. Well, it fits, I think. He's got those yellow stripes on his clothes and uses a harpoon too. Can he argue with that? I mean, it kind of stinks that he doesn't get to be known, like, you know, the coolest name and no one else can have it. The Red Mist. Because, you know, she's just hanging out in the outskirts right now. If it were exaggerated, even Sinner Yi Sung's pre-contract self could manage to learn it. If I were to exaggerate, even Yi Sung... Why must this self of mine be chosen as a point for comparison? Well, because you're the wimpiest one here. Don't let it get to you. Even so, it would be a mistake to assume its power can be grasped with ease. As long as you're bound by contract as sinners, your ability to wield it will be severely limited. Unless you rely on particular identities or come upon extraordinary circumstance. Shame, that would have been useful. Hey, then what about me? Can I learn it too? Kira, who had been fidgeting with her fingers, raised an arm and asked as though she couldn't hold the question back any longer. Couldn't think of it. The middle nurse father didn't use Shin or Ming. Papa never taught me how to use it. He always said I could get stronger without a stupid crutch like that. It wasn't that he didn't teach you. He couldn't. He was a man who probably never even reflected upon his own sins. A piece of trash like him would be incapable of even comprehending such a power. Vespa's responses always came back with venomous hatred whenever the conversation turned to topics of fingers. Kira must have noticed too, or perhaps she simply couldn't find the right words to push back. Either way, she held her tongue, her expression settling into a blend of frustration and something that looked a little too close to sadness. Vespa hates syndicates. I never read Distortion's Detective, so I don't know why. If you want to reduce it to a yes or no, then you would be able to learn it with the odds in your favor. That is, assuming the company decides to tolerate your continued existence. I already said I get it. As it stands, you're nothing more than a pending case of disposal. Closer to a threat than you are an ally, strictly speaking. Don't get too comfortable because the manager and sinners treat you with lenience. Step out of line, and you will be the one who pays the price. There's nothing in what Virgilia said that I could argue with. Kira had been a member of the House of Spiders. She destroyed scores of LCE researchers and left us with plenty of memories we'd rather not revisit. For now, we're just working together. Not contesting the decision doesn't mean we have no hard feelings towards her. Leaving Kira alone with her thoughts, the sinners slipped back into their own business. Snacks, idle chatter, and conversations about whatever happened around LCE. Examination is concluded. I suppose it won't be an issue to let you hear the results together. Before we knew it, Hohenheim and Rioshu returned. I didn't know that about Vespa. Yisong loses all color without being in T-Corp. Well, because Yisong's a pure researcher. He's not combat-based, so of course he'd be weak. To present the conclusion first. No, the notion of the sword being a sentient one is incorrect. The locus of will is not the blade, but the scabbard. An ego forged in a rather paradoxical nature. Yes, that would be the most appropriate description. Not a sentient sword, huh? How Kira is treated is how we freshly graduated enter the working force. Ryoshi's grumpy dismissal made the scabbard quiver, almost as if it had taken offense. Somehow, it felt like I could understand what Hohenheim meant by will now. It was a reunion of sorts, one that gave both a tinge of sadness and hope. If the scabbard has its own will, does that mean the owner of that will can be resurrected? It is too premature to deliberate on the state of on that matter. The state of existence of the question is not one to be defined as death at the moment. I assume they asked whether it can be revived or brought back to life, so to speak. Even supposing survival is a fixed variable, and that reconstitution of the original corporeal body falls within the realm of theoretical possibility, the probability approaches zero given the limits of today's technology and conditions. We researchers are inclined to entertain even infinitesimal choices with the terminology of laypeople, like yourself, such as the prospect would be labeled impossible, wouldn't it? There is no need to fixate on the impossibilities of the present, Manager Dante. Such matters are reserved for us scientists to hold on to. Right. But we may have uncovered a thread, something that could lead to restoring Sinner Ryoshu's memories. Though, again, that too is merely a possibility. A far more practical avenue for you to pursue at the moment, nevertheless. And to that end, yes, further analysis of the scabbard itself would be necessary. Hohenheim cut himself there. Sorry guys, just double checking one quick thing real quick. Yeah, sorry, just give me 1 second. Heh, he said thread. Alright, I just had to check one quick thing. Alright then, before we go, anyone want to tag along? Munching on food, averting their gaze. The sinners were pretending they weren't interested at all, but going by their way, their forks had long stopped moving. It was pretty clear to me they were intently listening. In our conversation, where are we to go? Ah, right, sorry, forgot the rest of you weren't there with us earlier. Faust, Don Quixote, Rioshu, and I have been checking where each backdoor leads. Oh, and Kira too. The prisoner of war executive manager? We talking about me? Yeah, I guess I'm working with him too, yeah. Best remember to tread carefully. Should you cause even the slightest harm to the executive manager, you will be held accountable without exception. Yeah, sure, whatevs. Kira had needled at Aldous with a mocking pout, but oddly enough, she didn't appear particularly irritated. Anyway, I think it'd be better if we had a few more people, just to be safe. One of the doors we went into earlier led straight to the ring's corridor. That was a close call. Aldous and Heathcliff's hands shot up the moment I finished speaking. I would very much like to accompany you, executive manager. I knew I could rely on you, Aldous. Your recognition of my loyalty honors me, executive manager. I, Aldous, understand better than anyone your concern about peril of working with a prisoner of war so liable to betray. To have your indispensable self proceed with only a handful of soldiers under your command, this cannot stand. I'm afraid I won't be able to focus on other duties without personally seeing you to safety. I get it, Aldous. You've made your point clear enough. Not keen on how to keel over the moment you summon me. Feels a bit dodgy, that, but I stick by your side and scrap it myself. You probably don't need me to come along, then. I guess you can summon the rest of us if crap hits the fan. I am still waiting for her betrayal. I think it'll be fine. A research yet unfinished holds my efforts. I shall join you once it has found closure. I don't think I can be much help wherever you're going. I'll pass. I will follow if that is your order, manager. No, it's fine. Just get some rest. It'll probably be okay. Besides, I can always summon them again if it gets too dangerous. For now, I should go see Alan. This Intervallo is heating up. Interheating low. Saru. Why the Hantuya? Ah, you've arrived. I was waiting for you. Mersalt lies on the floor immediately. We sifted through the isolated doors with the highest probability of leading into the ring's gallery. The next step would be to enter the alternate door you mentioned, but... Hold up a sec. I was actually gatekeeping more stuff. Huh? Gatekeeping? Are you saying you have more to tell about gates, doors? Yep. That door over there, pretty sure it connects to N-Corp's nest. I saw Albina going in, all hyped about some can, whatever it was. And then that wooden door with bandages wrapped around the handle, Papa'd go in there to cross out vengeances. From what the book said, it's probably a turf protected by the Thumb subsidiary or something. Unlike earlier, when she offered only vague snippets about just a single door, Kira was now feeding Alan a stream of intel that seemed solid, even to someone as clueless about the back door as me. She's far more cooperative than I anticipated, even after that Alan character roughed her up from what I hear. Yeah, you'd think she'd clam up out of spite. I wonder if she changed her mind about cooperating with us. Nevertheless, we mustn't let our guard down, manager. There's no telling when she'll turn on us. Frickin', I can literally hear everything you're saying, you know. Alright then, based on the intel, please proceed by investigating the safest doors first. As for the high-risk ones, I'll continue checking and let you know which ones to enter. Alan tinkered with the devices around him and flashed a couple doors with blue lights. Guess that means we'll start with those. Where do you want to go, guys? Want to go first? They all look about the same. Just start with the closest one. Well, Alan did say these are the safest ones, so it shouldn't matter which one. Just as I reached the nearest door, Rioshu suddenly veered off, stopping in front of another one that stood a few steps apart. This door. It feels familiar. Or more specifically, Hohen didn't abandon her. You recognize that door? I think I passed through it a few times when I was little. Hardly had Rioshu stopped speaking when a fragmented memory painted over in parts slipped in. Sorry. It hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Oh, I know. Let's go for a walk. But I don't recall much about it. That memory just now. Could it be tied to Araya? Let's start with that door. Okay, this one, yeah? Here we go. Impatient as ever, Heathcliff shoved the door open and strode in first. The rest of us followed, including Kira and the other sinners. And this place is... Judging by its state, it seems to be a welfare facility located within a nest, most likely a park. Every soul walking here is dragging some animal along. Means they've got bunny to burn. Proper rich lot, this place. The walk, the past Rioshu mentioned in her memory, and the sight of people fussing over their pets. The pieces clicked together and I voiced the other memory I saw at the House of Spiders. Did you ever come here with a puppy named Saru? Yeah, I remember that. Not a puppy though. Saru was a bit bigger by then. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Why isn't she getting any better? I gave her lots to eat. Oh, I don't want to go for walkies. You love walkies, don't you, Saru? And there's this workshop Dad always visits. The door that's connected to the park. We can go right now. Ryoshu's childhood memory burned bright in my vision before passing. That was her as a kid? Verily. Such gentleness doth seem unlike young Rioshu. Hey, clock. Who said you could show them my memories willy-nilly? No, come on, you know it's not something I can control. GG. Back in the House of Spiders, I was the only one who could see the vision of Ryoshu's path. This time, though, her memory seemed to manifest for everyone around, just like what we experienced in H-Corp with Honglu, which probably means... Why are y'all staring at me? That's so random, what the heck? Did you not see that just now? See what? You guys zoning out together? Guess it doesn't apply to Kira. Then again, unlike how it was between Lin Dayu and Honglu, Kira doesn't have any direct connection to Rioshu, so I guess it makes sense. Was that adorable hound thy companion of old, young Rioshu? Indeed, my one and only best friend. Because of that, Saru. Be locked away every time, in the vault every time I had to depart, with a spiral driven through her. The first ever leash. Looking back, might have been a kinder fate had she died sooner. To inflict such cruelty upon a voiceless animal. How can such wickedness be born? What happened to Saru in the end? She died before her time. I don't recall why. There was this day when Saru wouldn't stop whimpering in pain. And I shut myself in my room crying. You were? Not someone else. Who else? Of course it was me. Even after witnessing the fragment of memory, Heathcliff looked utterly unconvinced. And while I was grieving, Callisto offered a solution. He said he would give me a gift the next day. And what I received was something he called the Beastborn Blade. A tanto that would whine and yelp in Saru's voice with every swing. Ew, no way. I always knew there was something creepy about Robolong. So that's how he ended your dog, huh? No. He didn't end Saru. The tanto was alive. Did you just say alive? Bloody heck. A right nut of that psycho. Her eyes were embedded in it like adornments, and they'd stare at me in accusation. The tiny heart beat as though it was quaking with fear. It's a horrible sight. I felt pity. So I shortened what remained of her time with my own hands. Got me thinking after that, why do you still mess with all that art thing? Let's be honest, after seeing something like that, you want to steer clear, yeah? Right? Those things you called artworks were all cursed, straight up nightmare fuel. Like, I haven't really checked out the ring artworks outside Albina and her nurse father, so maybe I'm a noob, but yeah, that stuff always never gave art vibes for real. I thought the same. I was terrified at first. Yet as I learned more, there were some facets that suited my taste. Thou findest appeal in these grotesque creations? From what you've told me about Callisto, seems he failed to stick to his own advice. But there's something he always used to say. Art is wholly subjective, and thus one must never expect the understanding of others. The uncanny, the horrible, there is a beauty that lies in the grotesque of it all. Hello, Lobster and Connor, how are y'all? Can't quite say I get it, but if you say so. No, but bloody heck, how did you end up getting used to that kind of thing? Why do you need to understand? You're not an artist. I got used to it, but that heckered Callisto's installation artworks cause night terrors and nightmares for her. The scabbard moved and Rioshu came to a pause. It trembled, but there was a strange liveliness to it, as though it quivered between fear and anticipation. Night terrors. Crying from nightmares in the House of Spiders? There was actually someone who got scared of ring stuff back in your day? I need to check something. We've seen enough here. Let's go back. Yeah, let's... Nothing else worth checking around here anyway. With the inspection complete, we quickly followed Rioshu back. She stood in front of the artwork covered in sheets of cloth, lost in thought. Right here. There used to be a huge artwork displayed here. I don't know what kind of impulse struck him, but the heckard wouldn't stop went about fussing, saying he needed to practice so he wouldn't lose touch. Mommy. What's wrong? Over there. Thought I told you to keep the exhibition in your room. Ah, so you've returned, Yoshihide. I decided to attempt installation art of somewhat larger scale this time, but I ran out of space in my gallery. Mummy, people were screaming. Dearest Yoshihide, Araya has reached an age where she may be introduced into the world of aesthetics. Surely this wouldn't be a problem. It would. He made the daughter cry. I mean, this is probably one of the many reasons why Rioshu lost it. You liking it and me acquiring the taste doesn't mean Araya will. Let's get you back to our room. I was hugging something in my arm. I was crying. Saru? No. Too big to be Saru. The lacerated memories can never be made whole, no matter how many fragments are glued together. We could tell Rioshu everything we knew about Araya, but it'd never truly reach her. I see. This hollow void. This must be Araya. The sensation and motion from what's been emptied began to entangle Ryoshu's memories. And that makes it possible for us to reminisce about Araya together. The soft rattle Araya gave seemed to show how pleased she was with this small step. Alright, time to check out the next door. We entered several more back streets that Alan pointed out, but unfortunately, none of them stirred up Ryoshu's memories. Pretty much nothing here. I think we're done. Oh, how'd they get in here? Startled, Kira pointed ahead, where figures wearing animal masks were hauling what looked like massive lumps of flesh, hidden behind a tent of sorts. Those ring assailants from before? It's thou say thou hast sealed the door earlier? How then did these villains come to stand before us? They probably infiltrated via a separate route, another backdoor. As you can see, their objective appears to be the retrieval of the ring nurse father's artworks. Get on with it. We need to move as many pieces as we can before we pull out. Wait, but I thought Robong was washed? He's got so many fanboys and fangirls here. Does his artwork possess value and of itself? Is it just posthumous premium of death effect? Think about it. Some of the pieces have already been taken. Of course, they are of little value to both companies. Watching them sweating and struggling to drag mediocre pieces with them. Pretty funny. But imagining how those pieces will be labeled with some pathetic notion of heritage connected to my name on their description plaques? Pretty unsavory. They may be occupied with transporting, but they will likely find cause to harm the Wayfarer and LCE personnel stationed here, Executive Manager. It'd be prudent to eliminate them without delay. Otis is right. Better to wipe them out before they try anything stupid. Guys, looks like we've got another job here. Lend me a hand. The radio didn't buzz with the sinner's replies this time, but it should be fine. Wild roaming ring students and natural habitat inhabitant? They're stealing his junk. Hey, they're poor art students, okay? They gave them the ring nurse father battle theme? So, here's the real question. Does this mean like Callisto and Matthias are pretty much like poopy versions of, are pretty much weaker versions of true maestros and great brothers and stuff like that?
어떤 시간과 공간에 계시는 관리자님이 들을진 몰라도 그때를 위해서
It seems... No, I think Schnack is right. It's because you're fighting in his gallery.
이것도 녹음되고 있는지는 미처 몰랐네요.
That would make sense.
아직 다섯
It's the
번 더
theme of
강력한
Callisto's
대처로
gallery.
개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
They technically power skilled the same. It is cool that the sinners that actually with Dante don't get Malkuth status.
개체의 유효한 속성을 정확하게 간파했습니다. 제 예상만큼
Do you like this game better than Dokkan? It's hard to say. They're both very enjoyable games.
직원의 상태가 나빠 보이는군요. 흔히 이걸 나사 빠진 상태라고 표현하던가요? 방금 건 실없는 농담이 아닌
Oh, I see what you mean.
완화를 위한 조력이었습니다.
Malkuth's reign, imperfect manifestation, an imperfect glimpse of power that shall reign over the kingdom. I don't remember Malkuth reigning over anything in my Library of Ruina run. What the frick are they talking about? You know what Malkuth reigned over? Losing. Her floor never did anything for me. What is this Malkuth's reign? Her floor was garbanzo for me.
관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 가지고
치명적인
있고
한방이었어.
제가 늘 말씀드렸죠.
거의 진압되겠는걸요?
저는
맞아.
언제나
여기까지 다 울리지 않았어?
You know which floors were the best for me? Gebra? Gebra was broken. Bina was broken. Cheese was okay for me. Blockma was fantastic.
내가 있는 곳까지 흔들리던데.
Let's see. Bina, Gebra. Monolith, Ira. Higrita, that would be Hakma. Hakma, Bina, Cheese, Gebra. Again, I expect consequences for Dante getting so comfortable spamming this incomplete Malkuth. Oh, 100%. He is going to get in trouble eventually. Because he just uses it willy-nilly. So they don't allow him to have the maestro title. Callisto's pretty disgraced and willing to step down based on uptide lore, but he's still pretty strong as we know. Even as someone considered out of touch, our odds looked pretty bad. Well, then it's crazy that our sinners are able to manifest essentially the powers of a maestro, an index higher up. What will probably soon be Great Brother Otis. What I want to see is how oh my god, I forgot his name already. Who's the fisty guy with the pink hair again? Who screams about his hair coupons? Ricardo, thank you. I was gonna call him Matthew. Ricardo is able to... How Ricardo would react to seeing a Matthias ID. Oh, this dude is gonna like get annihilated. Jeez, poor guy. Imagine you just watch all your friends like get destroyed and then you get like annihilated. What odds we have if Callisto just keeps spamming his AoE, which staggers everyone and can't be clashed? With this, the last of the ring's infiltrators have been eradicated. Is that all of them? Rioshu kept glancing around as if searching for someone, but fortunately no other ring members were in sight. Right, but what the heck were those lot coming from anyway? Wasn't just the first wave. Had more of the sods legging it in from the back, like they were lurking somewhere else. According to the tracking logs recorded by the surveillance devices installed here, they appear to have crossed over from another corridor. Another corridor. Where precisely does the designation another corridor refer to? The room resembling a shopping mall, the one filled with batches of toys on display. Your company, if I recall correctly, designed it as the corridor of the middle nurse father. Oh. I suggest we relocate there. Your assigned tasks have been wrapped up. Oh, and before we set off, do we have any information to share in this advance? We are planning to compile a comprehensive encyclopedia cataloging the notable characteristics of these corridors and all connection loci. Your cooperation will be most appreciated. Kira seemed to hesitate, gnawing at her nails as if she was going through an internal struggle. Before long, however, she snapped out and locked in on the decision. Sure, I got stuff to tell you. Like hecka stuff. Some parts are kind of fuzzy, not gonna lie, but I can still recall like 20 places clear enough. I mean, it was home for me and Papa, so... I got nothing. I never once regarded that hacker's room as a home, and my memories of it are all fragmented at best. Scabbard gave us a faint, restless sure. Perhaps it wanted to comfort Rioshu, and accompanied by its tremors, we began to move towards the corridor of the middle. Along with the previous painting ring fusion, making them at least 1 coin power, 2 for Fauvism, and 3 for corporism, along with 40 damage minimum.
지금 제 작품이 만인의 신금을 울리지는 못하더라도 여전히 반지에 부끄럽지 않은 작품을 선보이고 있는 것 같네요.
Our cute wordless daughter, Scabbard. Araya! The heck? They swiped everything that wasn't nailed down, huh? Fret not. I aspire to their half the worldly possessions, articulated fixer figurines, video game cartridges. I'm not talking about my toy box, okay? I had hecka many of them anyway. My TV's gone. The couch too. As Kira said, only a conspicuous empty space was left where the television and family couch set used to be. Oh, those LCE researchers hauled them away. From the sounds of it, they're going to set them up in their staff lounge. As for the leather and ornaments, they'll be selling them off. Yeah? Oda seemed to notice something that caught... The moment she caught Kira's wistful look, the corners of her lips curled into a faint smile as she spoke with feigned nonchalance. Who knows? With sufficient cooperation, perhaps they'd be more sufficient to the idea of returning those items. Assuming much, never said I wanted them back. Anyway, I'll tell you what I know, so come this way if you want. These two wooden doors here made from paper and wood, they connect to S-Corp. This one, reinforced with steel, this leads to V-Corp. Back streets where, having lived here and made frequent use of doors herself, Kira was clearly the right person for the job of identifying where each door Wayfarer company had wanted us to explore, wanted us to lead. Directed by Kira and accompanied by Alan, we checked the doors one by one. Good work. All data seems to match. Thank you for your cooperation. Until there is just one back door left to open. I know this isn't anything new, but I've got to say, these back doors are just bloody convenient. And portals too. They ain't doing nothing shady like warp chains either, is it? Yours is as simple as turning the knob and entering. Seems to me you'll outpace your business rival in no time. I'm a bit hard-pressed to agree with the too convenient sentiment that comes with using back doors and portals, but since your intent was to claim Wayfarer's superiority over the current W Corp, I'll take that as a compliment. Did I say something wrong? Every technology comes with a cost, Heathcliff. Aptly said. While this has a workday relatively free of casualties thanks to the quality of information, do understand that Wayfarer Company's primary services include pathfinding, path security, and path maintenance. Each of those services is fraught with life-threatening danger for our employees. Some never returned after embarking on a Pathfinder journey. Some are ended while battling monstrous entities, whose exact nature hasn't been confirmed yet. That appears in the liminal space between path. It also costs a pretty penny to keep the path secure. Secure. I'd say our operating costs on the rather steep side, especially considering that we are also trying to prevent our rivals from taking this corner of the market. Thinking back, I don't think I've ever seen Alan enter a new door with his helmet off. Must be one of the precautions just in case. Maybe his dry smile and unsettling lack of reaction to anything earns that he's simply seen too much to be fazed by most horrors. Still, our work's been considerably easier thanks to the job of everyone here. Honestly, this partnership is working better than I'd expected. Very well, let's take a look through the last door. It's the door Papa used to walk through all the time. I followed Kira into the door, and the second I crossed over, a breeze... Aww! I thought it was a beach. And the general Great Lake area, it seems. Welcome to U-Corp's giant Stingray port ship. Stingray, huh? Why does that ring a bell? Hang on a minute. It's that place. Is that place, isn't it? The port ship, that Salon du Moriel, private hair salon. Heathcliff chimed in with a shudder, as though the sheer weight of his words terrified him. Oh, doth it signify that we have finally been made to audience with young Heathcliff and his hairdo most luscious? Who with that luscious sense? Why encourage me now when the Cavalier about blasting my villainous ass back at the lake? Indeed. Alas, 'tis true that punishment wrought upon our merry band hath severely outweighed the crime. Wouldst thou not agree, young Heathcliff, that to put the coupons to use would remedy thy pain a smidge? Bugger it. I ain't even got anyone to spruce up for anymore. Sweet, then can I use them? We were regulars at the Molia place. Papa and me. Papa would always ask the middle fam for a favor, so he'd bring loads of coupons back home. They give away a hair coupon every 10 visits, you see. So what am I even yapping about? All excited. Kira, who seemed ready to launch into a cheerful rant, came to an abrupt pause like a bike tripping over a ledge. Her face fell as she lowered her gaze and scuffed a pebble away. Looking back, I guess Papa did care for me. So why? But it's also true that these guys went out of their way, even though they didn't know me so well. Why's it gotta be so complicated? Matthias gave you an unaesthetic BC? The heck's a BC? Bullcut. Bro, listen, like I said, that's not how you shorten these things. For some reason, Rioshu seemed almost gleeful to hear Kira correcting her acronym. It's almost the self-satisfied look she'd get after confusing us with acronyms, especially during the early days of our... She's seeing a bit of Araya and Kira. Rioshu's about to mom? Man, thinking about her acronyms, you know what just blew my heart into pieces? When Araya said, "I love you, mommy," and then Rioshu replied with, "I love you too," an acronym. Oh! Thinking back, even Sinclair's translations have become reliable enough. The sinners had less reason to voice their frustration about Rioshu's acronyms, which in turn gave her fewer cases to snicker about. I'm not sure why, but something tells me she might be making her acronyms ridiculously incomprehensible on purpose. If your conjecture is correct, executive manager, she has one tasteless sense of humor. From what I recall, the toys and games he was into were pretty retro. Balenciaga. Balenciaga. Must have been annoying to play along. At first, but I played along the more I got into it. So corny and juvenile, though. I know aught of the conflict within thee. Trifling and apocryphal they may be, yet we are all compelled to peer hindwards at the interests of the family. Yeah, I wanted to know what Papa was into to really get what he was talking about. Besides, I need to know these things if I want to chat him up and talk about mutual subjects, so... You tell me about you all the time, Yoshihide. Proud poop. Not a day went by where he was like, "Yoshihide learned this in 2 days," or, "Yo, this was Yoshihide's fave," you know? Too bad I wasn't here to tell you that his words weren't worth poop. I once thought of him the same. A good man, at least among the rest of others, caring enough to bring me gifts. One day, I realized that he'd never understand things I really cared about, even if life had depended on it. One day? Thou sayest? Pray tell, was there aught that had changed thy perception of that man? I don't remember when or why, just that it happened. Wait, I might know. Wasn't it something that happened at school? Papa told me things started getting awkward between you and him ever since you quit school. Bull crud. I've never been to school. Never even thought about wanting to go to school. Matthias must be talking out of his butt again. Huh? No way, bro. I even saw a clip of it. What? Papa showed me a video. He was teaching you how to use these doors. I even saw baby you go in. "I'm off to school, Dad," in that video, so I'm pretty dang sure. But I don't. As Kira went on, Ryoshi's confidence from her initial retort seemed to slip away. I couldn't blame her. So much of her memory had been mutilated. Ryoshi didn't like the sound. Like she was denying it out of hand, though. She seemed to mean it when she said she'd never been to school and never even wanted to. And I want to glimpse the fragment of memory that made her say that. The moment I willed it, a scene from her past flashed. Very well, Yoshihide. I will register you in an institution that's not dissimilar from school. That is a subsidiary of the Ring. Academy. You sure it was a school? Not like an art academy or something like that? Wait, that kind of makes more sense, yeah. Must have been an academy, not a school. Academy of Art. Ryoshi muttered a few words as though they were pieces of puzzle she was assembling. Then, after a brief moment, she turned towards me with an astounded scoff and a mild look of irritation. Fuck. You deserve a smack. Oh! Then lightly smacked me upside the head with her scabbard. What was that for? This memory sucks, Clock. I would have been fine without it, but at least I got to remember the incident that changed my perspective on Matthias. Dad? How do I go to school? School, Yoshihide? Well, I don't see why you would wish, let alone need, to go to such an institution where we nurse fathers are here to provide you all the education you require. You would later find our unique style of homeschooling much more enlightening than trudging through any Nest's formulaic education system. But Dad, I saw him in a picture book, and I didn't have any friends here. Oh, Rien is pointless. But it is true that there is qualities that can be learned through group erudition that engenders competition. Very well, Yoshihide. I will register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. Really? I intend to send Yoshihide to an academy as part of my educational curriculum. There is an Academy of Art, a subsidiary of the Ring. Companionship with the talented children of approximately her age will nourish the spirit of inspiration that guide Yoshihide's growth. The prescript approves. But Callisto, I'll tell you now that you might be making a mistake. Then how are you so certain of that? Do elaborate if you can. Hand puppet of the prescripts, by whom every aspect of existence is articulated. What do you know of choice, of what is right or wrong? And off they went. Perhaps a little more situational awareness would have prevented what is to come. Callisto had found me a rather decent academy. The artworks that used to scare me when I was alone weren't so bad when I was with other kids. No, that's not quite it. It'd be more accurate to say that I started to understand people's perspective on beauty. Of course I would, when all we ever did was nod along to lectures and spout purple prose, all the while make pincushions out of people's bodies like it was nothing. Our lesson today will focus on courteous techniques. Now take a good look at the diagram, then the mannequins before you. Weave the blood vessels in a similar diagram pattern in. I don't know why we're worrying about courteous stuff in this day and age. I don't even get the point of what the slug is. Tying and shaping blood vessels to make a color that a drop of ink can do better? I read that in a book. Hermes GPT, should I let my daughter go to school? I'm more excited to learn about the cubist technique than this crud. Honestly, why is this washed up movement even part of our curriculum? It's just boring, shallow gore stuff. No, it's gory, but it's boring and shallow only because you guys are bad at it. What? Oh, you mad because your daddy's a lame corporus? Oh, is he? No wonder her stuff is just ow. I was taught that people who say bad things about my family deserve to get their butt kicked. Oh god, no. Them bad-mouthing Callisto wasn't actually what set me off. I didn't have any special reverence or attachment to family like Matthias did either. It's just what I was taught to dislike, that's all. Just one of those tantrums kids of that age have. Kids will be kids in that. I'm home, Dad. Hey, buddy, you're home early. Oh man, must have been playing rough today. You've got dust all over. Oh god, no. Got into a fight. A fight? Yeah, they kept saying dumb things about class stuff, so I smacked them. What about you? They didn't hit you anywhere, did they, buddy? Oh, my cheek, but that's okay, because I punched them this many more times. Did I do good? That's my girl. Dad? Where are you going? Oh, you know, just got some business to take care of. Why don't you sit tight and work on a coloring book? Daddy'll be home before you know it. Okay. Is it bro business? No, it's family business. I ain't seen what's so bad about taking care of your own. Them snotty snots don't learn respect lest you beat it into them. If only he'd been a simple-minded fool like you, then the story would have ended right there with a pat on my head. Whoa. Papa, I mean the middle doesn't stop there. It never does. You hurt a member of the family, that automatically gets you written up in the book. Yeah. And he did what he did in the end. Huh? There you are, Yoshihide. Is class starting already? My diligent little girl, wondering who she takes after. Dad? I know. I said I'll be back before you know it, but I got a little bit lost, finding my way through the ring Heckard's tricky mazes. You know how they are. Oh yeah, and there are so many sniveling brats here. Well, as for their crimes, they slapped my buddy's face hard to leave a mark. That's an arm for you. As for the instructors, well, anyone will agree that they did a sorry job of keeping these tykes under control. In that case, pursuant Title 2, Section 52 of the book, execution by beheading. They clearly don't get much use for what sits on their shoulders, huh? How do you like it, buddy? Papa's the best, ain't he? How dare he? Such senseless barbaric violence, uncultured, uncivilized animal. Do not be discouraged, dearest Yoshihide. I have eyed out another academy worthy of your talents. It is much more significant and prestigious institution this time. I assure you, even an intemperate berserker like Matthias won't dare force his way into such a place as he did with the previous academy. I don't wanna. Yoshihide, I don't wanna go to an academy. I don't wanna go. I don't need friends anyway. Ooh. This tracks, yep. Dude, the moment I realized, I did not put 2 and 2 together, but Rian already knew. Rioshu was gonna get in a fight or argument at one point because she's engaging with other individuals with other unique opinions. Ryoshu's gonna get hurt, and Matthias is gonna go in and beat up children. Oh my god. For all his posturing, nothing that was important to me held any significance. He took a lot away from me just to feel good about himself. So I hoped he, more than anyone, would never find out about the things I held dear, because I was afraid he would take them away from me like he did others. He said the punishment was an arm for hitting Rio, so as he said, he didn't know there were so many kids, so he didn't know which ones they were. So he probably had to take off a lot of arms. But he'd always catch on faster than he had any right to. Every contract that took me away from House of Spiders made me tremble in anxiety, because I was worried about, I don't remember what, but I do know that I could never stop thinking about my room. So whatever occupied the room in my absence must have been the most precious thing to me in the world. The scabbard, which had been stirring, soon began to rattle audibly. It's doing that thing again. Rioshu patted the scabbard with a gentle, reassuring hand. The scabbard that was once Araya, a memory without attachment. It appeared to me as though she was pacifying a crying child. Because we all know. Crazy that he just went and pulled the arms right off. He thought he actually got the right kid. He probably just kept going. You know, Valencia would have just been like, did you win, and left her alone. Seeing that gesture, Heathcliff briefly cast a sullen, yet faintly expectant gaze between Ryoshu's scabbard and my device. He must be thinking to his last conversation with Catherine. But Catherine's existence, unlike Araya's, was erased by the golden bow itself. I doubt this device could do anything for Heathcliff at this point. From everything we know, the ring nurse father seems to have been the least awful parental figure in your childhood. Yeah, because Rian forced her through. The Pinky one was terrible. Pinky was mean and brutal and thought she was useless. Valencia was just cruel. Which actually, that makes me think, why didn't Matthias ever go and fight Valencia? Because Valencia would hit Rioshu. So if Rioshu told Matthias, there had to have been a fight they got in at least once. And then Callisto was probably the nicest. Huh? Yeah. Didn't know that Robo-Unk was such a radical guy. He sent you to an academy like you wanted and even got angry on your behalf? Oh, hazy memories. Almost forgot to mention. A few days after that, Callisto left a snowman by my pillow as a gift. It was made of heads. Heads. Yeah, decapitated heads from the incident at the academy, threaded together in a sculpture. Thinking back to it, it was one sorry excuse for an art. He's sorely mistaken if he thought some low-effort BS could help me like that. Could have spared us the details, lass. Well, with that covered, do you guys want to head back? Hang on. What's up? Gonna get that luscious treatment for heading back? Shut it, you. Oh no. Oh, never mind. I thought it would be Ricardo. Fauvis, ain't they? They found us. It would not be odd to find a field of branch of rings movement in different districts, especially that of the Fauvis skill. However, various evidence such as their mass and the fact that our group has immediately drawn their attention suggests they are in the same pack as the one making incursions into the House of Spiders. This is LCB speaking to team leader Alan, requesting immediate commencement of lockdown. Copy that. Then why don't we... Holy heck, guys, stop! Bloody heck, what? Don't you know where you are? Well, you're smack dab in middle protected turf. Cause a scene, and bros and sisters of the middle will be here at any second. Oh yeah. There's gonna be a problem. We've already drawn the ring's unwanted attention. We don't want the middle coming after us in the House of Spiders too. Sounds like you've got a GI. Talk. Ever played whack-a-mole? Like, why give ourselves a countdown? Just head back to the door now and beat whoever thinks is a great idea to walk in through the door. She puts forth a sound strategy, Executive Manager. As long as there's no high-ranking officer among them, it would be our benefit. Well then, let's do as Kira said. That was quick. Alan blinked, shooting us a puzzled look as our entire squad poured through the door, long before he could finish the sequence. Due to newly emergent complications past the door, we've concluded that this location is the optimal point to intercept and engage the infiltrators from the ring. This location, you say? Ah, wait, the door leads to zone under the Syndicate or Wing's protection. Better idea to fight here then. Happy to have someone quick on the uptake. It wasn't long before the Fauvis began rushing through the door. I didn't want to summon them while they're relaxing, but can't be helped, and I summoned the sinners back to work. Kira's saving us. She only slide his gift, the magnum opus. He pours his time and heart for her, like the same revenge for him.
병사라도 적재적소에 쓰지 않으면 무위무능한 법. 우선 전황부터 살피지.
I hope they throw some middle guys at us, or at least reference our middle big bro, but it is always Hey, you know how furries warned us? This is what will happen if we keep on making fun of them.
적중에 정신 못 차리는 녀석이 있네.
처리해 볼까요?
Best case scenario, Ricardo's still in H Corp. We don't need all the big and great of middle after us if we fight up so long. I hope Kira gets like a comic book or something back. Kira's growing on me. Originally, I thought she was a little annoying, but I kind of like her now.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
Kira is like us, though.
개체에게 일격을 가하는데 성공했습니다. 참격.
Shotgun mirror is so fun to use. Oh, he's so good. He pretty much just shows up and just kablamos.
모두의 희생을 기리며 축배를 드는 것도 나쁘지 않겠죠.
I have the best Limbus pulls for this Intervallo.
맞아.
Intervallo.
여기까지 다 울리지 않았어?
I like how someone gets hurt and the first thing Kira says is, bro, really?
직원의 상태가 나빠 보이는군요.
예측할 수
흔히 이걸 나사 빠진 상태라고 표현하던가요?
So jarring to hear Japanese among the mass of Korean.
긴장 완화를 위한
Her
조언이었습니다.
voice pack is lit just backseat voice bullying.
태어난 곳으로
Oh, you mean Amiya.
전설이네요.
Just constantly jumping every now and then with Japanese.
관리자가 아니라 지휘관이었던 거 아니야?
Blood Fiend team is also very good for this Intervallo. Man, I miss the Blood Fiend team.
예측할 수 없게.
Kira and Lei Hung voice share the same energy. Dude, what I think is insane is that at the end of Canto 9, Lei Hung was the one to talk to Rioshu.
무덤으로 돌아가라.
Like as if he was the best dad to Rioshu.
어허, 제대로 꽂혔는데.
작품 완성. 돌아가면 의견을 나누지. 나쁘지 않고.
운명적인 죽음.
지령대로 움직일 뿐입니다.
I don't know what her announcer says, but it would be funny if every time some sinner loses clash, she says, bro, really? That's what I thought was happening. She loses a clash, so she just says, bro, really? Or someone does.
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는 마에스트로가 되기 위해 인정받은 세 가지 작품을 뜻하죠. 비록 지금 제 작품
Okay, and that about wraps up the middles corridor. Thanks to you folks, we managed to cut the door cataling workload to 80%. I really appreciate everyone going the extra mile to check each and every door. Made my whole life way easier. It's all thanks to the manager's excellent strategization. Next up, the thumbs corridor. We actually found a lot of intel lying around there, so we just need you to check the doors in its basement. Intel? The manager expresses interest in the aforementioned intel. That. In the thumbs corridor, we came a bunch of a bundle of papers detailing the coming and going of the thumbs members and the orders they were carrying. Whoever wrote the logs has diligently been keeping them updated, and last was written not so long ago. While the contents of the notes weren't all that interesting, they did help us get an idea of what each door in that corridor leads to. Valencia's crappy scrap papers. She'd been keeping up with useless crud this whole time, eh? Useless crud? Remnants of her desperate search for a thread to cling to. We found one of her backup ticket hoards. I've marked any door that needs work with a drone. There should be about 3 or 4 of them. While you guys do that, I've got some leftover work to take care of over here, so I've been noticing this throughout our interactions. Whenever anything irrelevant to his work came up, Alan seemed to have a way of unhearing and moving right past it, as if he didn't even register what was said. Recalling our conversation with Sasara, that deeply uncurious indifference might just be an essential personality trait that goes on within the employees to go as a corporate employee in the city. Understood. We'll explore the areas past the marked doors and return here. Thanks a ton. Well then. With Alan returning to where the other Wayfarer Company employees were huddled around, we decided to leave through the corridor. Hey, there's someone in there. More ring, maybe? Going by their silhouettes, they're unlikely to be members of the ring. Come on, lady, get out of my way so I can see. It's that detective. Some stubbly guy I don't know, and that annoyingly airy dude. Sounds like Moses, Gregor, and Honglu. The trio's conversation grew clearer the closer I approached them. You okay, fella? You bumped your head earlier. Fine as a fiddle. It was just a minor fall. This is the 3rd time it's occurred. We ought to discuss this issue with the manager once this consultation is over. I think I'm seeing a bit of a bump on Honglu's head. Anyway, you know what to do, right? If at any moment you see signs of... Don't worry, Gregor. You made it through the explanation and footage both. You're going to be fine again. I believe in you. Look at you now. We're right where it happened, but your arm's stable. See? Ironically, fear tends to grow most unmitigated when it's distant and unseen. I understand what you might be worried about, but I don't even see the earliest portents of it. So don't hesitate to share the unfiltered thoughts that arise while you're here. I know what I saw in the footage, but I'm having a hard time believing in it. Or I don't know, maybe I'm just avoiding the truth when it's staring me right in the face. My case is nothing like Don Quixote. She just needs to keep her shoes on and it's all good and dandy for her, isn't it? Things don't work out for me. Work for me. Whatever they're talking about sounds hecka deep, guys. You sure you want to be eavesdropping on them like this? That Giza's always weirdly cagey about himself. Now's our chance to learn more about him. He's sharing such an IS about himself. Why walk away? Don Quixote gives a nonsensical interpretation of Rioshu's acronym as Kira rolls her eyes out of exasperation. Between the bickering and sinners, however, Otis stands in silence with an inscrutable look on her face. She's listening to the exchange between Moses and Gregor like a woman possessed. Okay, let's keep listening then. Otis was right. Dang it, she was right all along. The war isn't over. It never was, and it can't ever be over as long as this freaking gift of a joke stays attached to my arm. Barbed words. Now let's revisit a question you couldn't answer while the footage was playing. Hopefully, it's become easier, right, to answer now. You've been using that arm to fight just fine so far. How? I don't mind fighting hostiles or enemies. I'm not the kind of person who worries about people trying to end me, but ending my comrades. That changes things, doesn't it? I can't even control it. There's nothing I can do to brace for it. It's unstoppable. Like some kind of time bomb counting down to unleash a disease you never know when its symptoms will set off. Even Heathcliff, who was always the first to step up when people began to spiral, stood in conflicted silence, his lips drawing a hard straight line. Besides, Gregor wasn't wrong about that. At present, there wasn't any way to stop his transformation should it occur again. We've still got a good chunk of journey left, and eventually, we'll have to. No matter what lurks in the pasts of sinners, even if they kill hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands of innocents, will you still embrace them? We'll eventually have to confront an even darker, bleaker truth of the war. Can I really trust Gregor not to crumble under the inevitable pressure? I see. You're afraid you'll end up hurting us. Well, that's at first. I thought I couldn't give a hoot whether or not I accidentally ended some of you. It's a bit saddening to hear that. You know how it is, Honglu. We, the bus team, didn't exactly get off to a good rocking start. But through our journey, I've begun to think of some of you all as my comrades. And I was okay with that because I had too much faith in my own weakness. When I realized that I'd grown weak, that I couldn't take down some backstreet thug with this arm, I was relieved. Imagine that. The same arm, my arm. A weapon that stabbed the heart out of countless people during the smoke war. I'll be honest, when that Hohenheim fella said that I was an exception, the thought alone made me hope. Exception, a potential to be harmless, weaker than even a non-combatant like Yi-Song. It made me hope for a life that didn't sound so bad. We all know how that went, though, don't we? Blew up in the worst possible way. After all that, I just couldn't bring myself to fight again. Because I no longer know when this fear would eat me up again. Because I'm constantly afraid of this dang gift manifesting again. Oh, I'm tearing up a little, guys. The same fear you've carried all this time. How did you endure it before? Badly. Barely. Holding on to the idea that the living's gotta live on and nothing else. This really brings me back years. The memories are so clear that it's like it happened yesterday. Best you kick me off the bus before a push comes to... That can't be the answer, Gregor. You can walk away, but the danger of our journey won't leave you. Dante and the rest of us will still be facing an endless repeat of peril, and it's not like leaving the bus will give you peace of heart. Our deaths can be reversed should an accident occur, even if it comes at the cost of Dante's suffering. Same can't be said for most people in the city. Now that's gotta be something I never expected to hear from you. We finished Canto 8. Honglu now has the ability to respond. I guess you're right. If we're seeing this through to any kind of end, this would be the place to do so. Not many places in the city have some warmth to them like this one does. Boy, this consultation thing's pretty embarrassing. I mean, it's not like I was forced to go through something as traumatizing as yours, Honglu. Truth be told, not even a special case. Everyone who participated in the war must have gone through more or less the same experience. It's Moses, Otis, and even Valencia. That piece of work. We can't detach a number of our misfortunes as if there's something to be measured. When I fled from my past, I tried my hardest to avert my eyes from it. But you, Gregor, you're not like me. Every few steps that distance you from the past, you come to pause, to spare a look toward the path you walked. All those years I let slip by, all those that slip by you, by are dotted with fathoms of suffering that are both ineffable beyond measure. Different experiences, different pain. Still, if there's one common thing, it's that trauma leaves after effects that linger for a long time. What are yours? I dislike loud noises and people who talk too much. They sound too much like the cacophony of war, like screaming comrades who resented me, even as they laid, suffering in the wounds that left and my heart bled me dry. I thought you were fond of Miss Ezra, Miss Moses. I've talked too much. That aside, haven't you heard your fill? Might as well come out of whatever corner you're hiding in. Oh man, they knew we were dropping eaves this whole time. I was actually waiting for just the right time to come out and say a few words, but I couldn't find the appropriate moment to. Well, I would have had to share this with Manager Bud or the rest of you fellas sooner, so I don't really mind, but what's she doing here? T.A. Temporary ally? No, temporary accompaniment. Don't be a butthole. I'm working my butt off to help you guys. Pleased to make your acquaintance. You're right on time. I've been working on a theory, but I don't have any clues to be absolutely certain. A word from someone in the know may immensely improve my confidence in the theory. Kira, do you know which door the Lumsner's father was most attached to? Huh? No. Duh. Duh. That's supposed to be obvious. Didn't you guys all see her? You think I'd chat up a scary lady like that? Dude, she was Dude, she was beating the poop out of Lucio every time I saw them together. Oh yeah, he went down fighting you guys to the end, I think. Yeah, it said stuff about her generosity and all that and fought till he died. Dang, that's unexpected. Being real for a sec, I thought he was totally gonna swap sides. Really? That lad? And why is that? You know, the vibes. You guys don't know because you haven't seen him long with the scary lady always looming over him. Poor Lucio. What's up? Gonna stab her right in the spine? You. Look, I think you might be training wrong because, like, you're not improving as much as you should from all that grind. Let me show you what I learned about sword swings from the comic book. That is not how my master instructed me. The textbook cannot be permitted to have even a single deviation if it means to repay the debt it owes her. Are you so obsessed with that stuff anyways? You don't even like that old lady. But you're not so different from me in that regard, are you? What the heck are you talking about? I love my papa. Seriously, I thought things were going to crash and burn before Yoshihide even came home. Suppose textbook and I had that in common. This one doesn't know. Let me redirect that question towards you, Sinner Rioshu. Hopefully, this touches upon one of your more intact memories. Do you know which of these doors the Thumner's father showed particular attachment to, or the door she used the most often? Why ask me? Fine, yes, I do remember. Don't even need Clock's help to piece it back together. It's that one. The door with the metal pieces tangling from it. Holy heck. I almost died out there. Son of a heck, a freaking fly. Where did those G-Corp heckards even drag those pests from? Mom? Are you okay? Do I look okay to you, Ticket? No, not really. I'm fine. You know I don't break easily. You should have been there to see me tear the head off that G-Corp vermin. Ticket. But Mom, your leg's bleeding a lot. Here comes another mission. Boy, they really can't do heck without me, huh? So much for a break. The heck is this? Bandages for you. This kid's serious? They got truckloads of expensive treatments on the ready to patch me up. Gotta get back to the oh, okay, never mind that. Hey, this works. Mom? Sit tight and don't start any trouble. I'll teach you some sword techniques once I'm back. Must have been her years in the smoke war. Yeah, fighting in the war took a lot out of her and left her perpetually exhausted. But she marched to every battle with a smile. Stop drinking. Stop baiting me too. Looks like a blissful Heckard who forgot she was still neck deep in an inescapable pit called the House of Spiders. Well, the ironic piece didn't last. Sometime after the war ended, someone she called the consigliere of the slum visited the House of Spiders as a tutor? New character? No. And that's when she went back to drinking herself into a stupor day after day. The beatings returned, and so did her edge and her profanities. It was pathetic. Hold on. Why though? Sure, I was on the losing side, but wasn't Valencia on the winning side? A war hero at that. Ever heard of the regulation that prevents smoke war participants from moving into I Corp and K Corp nests? The common thread between these post-war rules is that they make lives for veterans difficult. Dubious rules that don't discriminate between winners and losers. I see. There must have been something going on behind the scenes there too. But doesn't that mean that the back door will drop us into the trench they dug during the war? Yes, and Gregor will be the one to open it. Wait, me? Yes, others can do that for you, but what's the point? You sure this won't end up giving him more nightmares? I don't see how this helps him in any way. We do have any means to treat whatever it is that slumbers within the arm. However, I would surmise that the underlying cause wasn't the arm itself. Then what? It's trauma. His arm took control after his psyche was crushed by the weight of his unspeakable memories coming back to haunt him. It's not because the arm went berserk that he went reliving his painful past. It's the other way around, isn't it so? If you can come to understand that the war is really over and that what others say, no matter how closely they echo the past, is not necessarily aimed at you, then you may be able to loosen your grip on the fear and anxiety that your arm could metamorphosize at any moment. While her suggestion may seem blunt, it is one of the most basic treatment principles of N-Corp's psychotherapy centers. Fine, then. Guess I'll open it up. Gregor walked to the door, grabbed its handle, then paused, taking slow deep breaths. With one arm, he opened the door. Why are you running? You should be taking the lead on the front corp with our G-Corp banner held high. I don't want to die. It's nice to have a place to go back to. Oh, right. Happy 15th birthday. But you can't possibly have the cheek to call me cruel. You G-Corp pests were far more messed up than I ever was. Ripping people apart, cannibalizing them. You were nothing but a swarm of monsters. I thought I'd woken up from the dream, but I was still. Now here's the question, you guys. If 100 versus the 80 we've got so far, so this is a worse fight. If you guys really think about it though, there's no new Gregor. Oh, there's lobotomy ego lamp. We'll probably take Night Owl's Capitano.
소재가 준비. 군주가 나선다.
Night Owl's Capitano.
지령을 녹순
부름이다.
독짓 가시죠.
Use the new Rhodian.
이 소리는 폭풍인가?
The ring Fauvism.
소
지령을 받. 녹순의 작품.
부름이라면
나를 다시 좀.
군주가 나선다.
마지막까지
We finally got Gregor back.
발버둥
But
칠
the
수밖에.
question is, what power did Audis have to have survived as long as she did? This place. Eh? It's just a boring old office. I was really ready to be shook, thinking we were about to walk into a war zone or something. You recognize this place? Of course I do. My last job before Limbus company. My desk was over there. Here's a tip, fellas. When you're working in an office like this, always get a corner desk facing the wall if you can help it. Lets you hide from the boss, man. Out of sight, out of mind. You know? You can do whatever you want. Work, chill, or even freak out in terror at the slightest sound of metal clinking. No one will catch you. Nobody will think you'll bother other people. Gregor grins, a bitter, mocking smile directed at himself. The only downside of the desk arrangement being people walking up behind me to get my attention. Higher-ups just had to holler, "Hey, vet hire," and I'd scuttle right up to them. Others can't do that. So whenever people walked up from behind, I get afraid I might cause an accident. Vet hire. Must be the post-war veteran special employment. Right, but I couldn't possibly complain. Wouldn't have gotten that job without it, you know? Not everyone was lucky enough to be considered for that. I was better off than most. Gregor? Head manager Ted? Gregor whipped around his head, instinctively leaping to his other arm. There was an unfamiliar man in a clean suit standing behind us. It really is you, Gregor. And I see some new faces with you. Oh, wait. Oh, you folks must be the account that the guys on the other team asked us to leave the meeting room open for. Landed in your job, huh? I see you've got a new employee card right there. So how have you been doing? Me? Same old. Well, enough. It's not like I've got anywhere else to go, right? I'm surprised you found new work so soon. You're always a dependable guy. Is the pay good? How's life, man? Oh yeah, you were gonna sell that commemorative coin, some kind of medal, right? Hope you got paid good money for that. Look at me, asking how's life to a federal citizen. Can't imagine anybody else would have anything good to say to that, huh? Moving on. Hope nothing's hounding you with vet hire stuff over there. No, not at all. There's none of that there. Here. Hey, that's good to hear, man. Glad to hear you don't have that dang butthole of an exec VP messing with you like he was a war veteran himself. You know how many years I had to hear that geezer bragging about how he profiteered from the war, pulling himself up by his bootstraps, about how in every peril there's an opportunity to be held, blah blah blah. I'm preaching to the choir, aren't I? That guy here, huh? Is he still taking his sauna breaks during work hours? What do you think? His seat misses his butt every day. Oh, and get this. Remember how he used to call you special employment fellas Nepo Force? A few days ago, his name showed up in an HR report. Guess what it said? Turns out he was lining his pockets with kickbacks when we were choosing the fixer office for a partnership. There's about to be a vacancy at the office real soon. Really? Isn't he, an actual Nepo? Thought he was president's family. Yeah, man, it's that bad. It's what anyone talks about by the water cooler. If there's anything I learned here, it's that people obsessed with back in my days are all kind of like him. They dislike how their glory days are behind them, kind of like a distraction from how pathetic they are now. And hey, a backstreets kid like myself don't have any glory days to look back on and yearn for, right? I look back and it's all doom and gloom. If you've ever hit rock bottom, you also know the only way left to go is up. Said something like that before, yeah? Ha 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 ha. Yeah, guess it's my brand of BS philosophy. Oh boy, look at me running my mouth in front of our customers. Sorry about that, folks. Oh, don't worry about that. That's a pretty unique prosthesis you've got there. No worries, but it seemed you were on your way to submit those proposals. Gee golly, I'm late. Thank you for snapping me out of it. I'm gonna get one heck of a scolding. Anyways, Gregor, hit me up sometime. Let's go up and catch up over a drink or something. Sure, I get the chance. The man who seemed like Gregor's former co-worker hurried away, but he didn't forget to wave us a good-natured goodbye. I can see a bit of him in the way you talk, Gregor. Come on, I don't sound as old as he does, do I? Moses, who had been quietly observing as Gregor's former co-worker chatted, exhaled a light stream of smoke and began to speak. Many of us who returned from the war seem to suffer from a certain misconception. When we were told to remember, it does not mean we bidden to live through the nightmare of the past. We are not being cursed to relive the pain and suffer. Both Ezra and I were both trying to be free of the misconception we inflicted on ourselves. It's not like I remember because I want to. Well, if you can't bring yourself to forget them, might as well include in your memory the fact that the war has indeed ended. Fine. You're not wrong there. Gregor stared at his right arm for a while, quietly contemplating. Manager Bud, can't say I can give you reassurance, but just going on with my life is the best answer for now. I want to ask if you're okay with that. I'll manage, but it's you who's going to have to deal with the aftermath. Gregor would always say the same to those suffering from the cruelty inherent in living. Still, live on. Just live on. Yet even as his lips spoke those words, his eyes would take on a desperate, unfocused look, shaded beneath despair. Today, though, the gloomy gray seemed to give way to just a hint of the blue sky beyond. This may be no more than a single ray of sun peering through the dark clouds that have long suffocated. It would probably take more than this for the shadows to be lifted, but don't you worry, I'll be fine. It's a big step forward for him to have addressed even a little bit of persistence anxiety. When we emerged from the door, we saw Otis facing away from us, her weapon drawn. Wait, I don't think she followed us. Were you here the entire time? Yes, I was told by that Allen figure that someone has to stay behind and watch the door. So I stayed and... Oh man, it's those butt hats again. Weird. The corridor is not a place for those newbies to be roaming around on their own. As you can see, a few guests have decided to invite us through a different door. I looked past Otis just in time to see more Fauvism pouring into the corridor. They must be trying to find a way to get into the Ring Nurse Father's corridor. Well, we can't let them through, can we? Well, I didn't expect Dante to say that of all things. And also, I find it funny that we just met Ted.
사실 이런 보모구실은 제가 아니라 세피라들의 역할이긴 하죠. 관리자님도 알다시피 저는 언제나 수십 년의 몫을 해내고 있습니다.
적중에 정신 못 차리는 녀석이 있네.
빠르게 처리하지.
볼까요? 인내적인 조치는 필요 없을 거예요. 남았어도 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램! 아이씨 짜증나게.
여기가
속에서 당내가 침.
틈이 생겼군. 메울 건가?
이용하는 것이 상책이겠지만
빠르게 처리하지.
두분이라면 메웠을 거다.
그래 부상자를 챙기지. 아이씨 짜증나게.
That is a healthy worldview. Ted is the best character. Dude, Ted just shows up and he's like, hey Gregor, long time no see. Hope your life has been good. Just so you know, Gregor, I love you. And then leaves.
제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한답니다. 개체의 유효한 속성을 정확하게 감지할
No,
수 있는
genuinely though,
제 예상만큼
shouldn't you have Shin and Meng from the
우수하다는 것이 증명되는 거죠.
Smoke War?
다행이군요.
I just want to know, what was Otis's experience? What did she use? What was her capability? Hold on, wait. Let me see the power levels again.
아이씨 짜증나게.
What was it? Check up. Okay. Yi Song being the weakest.
상태가 좋지 않은 직원을 보입니다. 높은 확률로 곧 치명상을 입을 수도 있겠군요.
Faust being the next weakest. Wait, Don Quixote is considered weaker than Rioshu?
효율적인 대처로
And then
개체를
Mersault is
꿰뚫었습니다.
considered stronger than Rioshu.
기계는 입에 발린 말 따위
Heathcliff is
쉽게
considered
하지 않아요.
stronger than Mersault? Or not, wait,
거의
oh my,
지나치겠는걸요?
that just seems odd.
여기까지 다 울리지 않았어.
Rhodia is that strong in comparison to all of them? But yes, if she's second to Gregor, Dawn is first. Yeah, maybe the LCB checkup. No, the LCB checkup was how they lined up. That doesn't seem right.
충정.
유효하군.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Dawn is top. Yeah, I can't actually find it when they lined up together in the LCB checkup.
움직일 뿐입니다.
I thought it was the promotional material they use.
예측할 수
감히
없게.
보건 붕대로 감아줄게.
살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로 돌아가라.
공격 능력 평가? 양호.
Cause yeah, I
제대로
thought,
고쳤는데.
oh, the final tally of strength before joining the LCB is revealed. Don Quixote, Otis, Rioshu, Mersault, Faust, Honglu, Rodian, Heathcliff, Ishmael, and Sinclair. Ishmael, Sinclair, and Yisong. Yisong, researcher, makes sense. He'll probably never really get too strong. Sinclair has potential. Ishmael's not that much stronger. Heathcliff not that much stronger. Rodian, Honglu, due to his skill and training. Faust, I'm surprised about. Mersault makes sense. Rioshu, again, the Tian Sha star. So, of course she would be that strong. But Otis is stronger than guys, Otis is stronger than the Tian Sha star. To me, that implies something crazy. And then Don Quixote is considered the strongest of all. So my question is, what is Otis's true power? Once we dealt with the Fauvis who invaded the Thumbsner's father's destroyed corridor, we left for the indexes and ran into a few familiar faces. She was a smoke war survivor, so she has to have some sort of gimmick. Yeah, she has something. She can use something we just don't know yet. Huh? Don't you guys have today off? Yeah, but I thought we might as well come along. It's, you know, you keep summoning us when we're in the middle of something, so I thought it might be more convenient for us to be in person. Your summoning occurred at the most unideal moment. Now I know you weren't doing it on purpose, but all 3 times I was leaning over snacks topped with a bunch of whipped cream. Today, I learned that blacking out and waking up to a me-shaped indent in a cake I was about to chow down doesn't make for a very relaxing break. Sorry about that. I should have checked with you guys before summoning, but I'm still getting used to it. Oh, now you're being too sorry. No hard feelings here, you know. I'm tagging along because I needed exercise, that's all. I appreciate the additional employee assignments. Now, if you could share your information you know about yet another corridor, probably something related to the broken pocket watch. Wait, oh god, they mentioned it in this canto. Sinclair's sign being something. I forgot what it was called. That broken pocket watch has a singularity. Dude, what if Otis has a straight up singularity in her hand? The Odyssey, the freaking pocket watch is a singularity. I hung out here all the time, so I know this place a little. Or just a relic. Her key art is extremely similar, if not near identical to how Rien checks his prescripts. Interesting. No, that wasn't the mask dude. There was this other, Is there something you don't remember? Oh, right. Kira probably doesn't remember Sora. Sora? I don't think that name rings any bell for us either. Is that someone who used to live here? Yeah, well, Sora was the Index Apprentice, so she probably lived here. Forsooth, the Index Apprentice. Ooh. Pray tell, wherefore is it that the thumb, middle thumb, and ring each, and the index and pinky lack them? It'd be indeed quite odd if a mere 3 of the 5 fingers kept an apprentice each. Retrace I might my recollections, yet I find a trail of odorless hair, invisible and unreal. No, there was someone, but I can't. The representations of the pinky and index's apprentices are missing. No, to be more precise, a merciless braid has shredded and reduced them to intangible formlessness. How refreshing it is to hear that's the same impression for someone else rather than myself for once. As it seemed that I was the only one who remembered the 2 apprentices, I retraced back to our first meeting and briefly shared what I knew about Sora. Huh? She didn't sound like a very forgettable character. Well, the Ariashki cut her into ribbons. That would explain why it feels as though I'm recalling a sequence of events, with a critical part missing in between. I can almost imagine her giggling to herself, like a creepy loner, and she probably wears glasses too, right? Like one of those gloomy introverts from anime? I see. So that's why I feel like I'm tearing through each strand of a weave. Rioshu? Let's say the world's made of strings or threads clock. With every slash, this blade would be cutting through a flow of strands that twine to compose one's existence. When an object is severed forever beyond repair, you'd think neither trace nor shape would be left of it. But now that you've pieced some of it together, it's almost... Instead of elaborating, Rioshu fell silent again, save for the sound of the tip of her cigarette turning to ash. I guess she's trying to avoid over-speculating what she doesn't know for sure. Dang, that totally breaks the meta. I had a vague idea of how it works, but this is the first time I'm hanging the deets. Papa had to go for 4 ramp-up stages and remove seals to, like, even make full use of his sword. Honestly, yours needs a trade-off. You're so totally power creeps, Papa's. Geo, there's plenty already. Oh, so true. Because slicing your memory away is one heck of a trade-off. Sorry. Okay, so I'm guessing you don't have anything to contribute for this quarter. Ah, I've got one. I don't know where it leads, but the index guy used it all the time. Hopefully it doesn't drop an army of indexes. TPU. They rarely gather in big groups. She said that's pretty unlikely. Ow, what was that for, Rioshu? Why did you hit me with a sword handle? I didn't do anything, but I saw it. I saw Rioshu's scabbard, Araya, suddenly jerking aside, prodding Sinclair like it was annoyed by something. I won't STS, I'll SYLC until you can barely walk. I swear this isn't slander, or whatever. Look, you just poked me hard and left a mark on my arm here. Well, I don't want to read too much into it, but the scabbard was rattled like it was irritated. Stop interpreting for her. This is why she won't stop making these nonsense acronyms. He's making it worse. I gotta stop him from translating her somehow. Araya? Wait, that voice just now, it sounded like Araya's. Dante, you saw that too, right? Rioshu didn't do anything. Wait, really? It really wasn't her? Nope. Heh. And it's decided. To be fair to Sinclair, no one else but I saw in full detail how the scabbard came to be. Which means that he couldn't imagine his wildest dream that the scabbard poked him of its own volition. It doesn't seem like any of the sinners heard that voice either. Dang, you guys bully him a lot, huh? The lad's been overdue for a little smack upside his noggin. We should head inside. Let's not keep Alan waiting. Kira directed us to a disturbingly normal wooden door, so featureless that I could have mistaken it for dozens of doors we'd walked past in the mess. We were greeted by a whiff of stale, musty air the moment we walked through the door. I think this leads to a basement, and emerged to what appeared to be almost like a dungeon-like basement area. Whenever the Mastung's beeper rang, he'd walk through this door. So, where are they? The index. Signs of life, They were people living down here up until just a few hours ago. Why are you here, paper slips? We were only executing the prescript. I've had it with these prescript, though at least yours don't make any annoying beeps. The basement was stocked up with the shelf-stable and non-perishable food, and the cells were all completely empty, save for what looked like a makeshift bathroom in each of them. It is likely that this dungeon was used to imprison individuals of varying features that may be required to complete a prescript. Seriously? This room seems to have been used for something worse than simple incarceration. Among Faust's conjectures, it is that the captives were conditioned in body and mind in various ways to match the prescript's liking. Sounds like that guy was just crazy as the rest of them. Wait. The staircase leads right up. Let's check out what... Friggin' annoying, man. What the heck are you doing? Cannot enter this door. Oh, I see another griefer body blocking in the doorway. Move. I need to see something. The will of the prescripts forbids you. You cannot enter this door. What do we do? Is it worth forcing our way in there? You seem pretty adamant. I prefer if we stayed as far as possible from anything that has to do with the gods... prescripts. Excuse me? Brother. Holy crud. Rien was getting stuff from Hermes. Dude, the Odyssey, the fact she just called them the gods is insane. Because in the Odyssey, Athena is the one who leads Odysseus home. So maybe you're right. Maybe Otis's pocket watch is similar to the prescripts. And maybe she gets guidance from freaking Athena of all people. Oh my god. This is like, that's just a throwaway line. And I haven't seen anyone talk about it. Oh my gosh. That's such a specific thing to say, Otis. Also, remind me, where was Rien? She always checks it for her ego. That always... Okay, hold on. Can someone remind me, where was it said that he gets direct stuff from Hermes? Where was it? When did they say that? He gets stuff directly from Hermes. the flavor text in his boss fights and the uptie stories. Otis never said she was part of a wing. Oh my god. That's such a... Oh, sweet Jesus. I don't know what to say right now. Hold on. Hold on. I don't know what to say. I have to make this post. This post is insane. Oh my gosh. Did you know Otis's name means nobody in addition to sounding like Odysseus? She's buying Odysseus as we speak. No. No, that's not what's happening. No, I know how it goes. Again, Athena takes a huge liking to Odysseus because he's a we know what the heck? That's so odd. I was trying to interesting. I was trying to post something to get to spark something, but it wouldn't let me. That's interesting. Why is this not working? I don't understand why this is not working. And she corrected herself, so she's trying to... Yeah, she's trying to definitely, she's trying to hide something. Bruh, there's war. Okay. It broken. All right. No, she's clearly hiding it. So Otis is right. We're gonna have to get upstairs somehow if we're gonna have an idea of where the door leads. Ex-Arbiter? Well, she is very strong, guys. If Rian's been using this basement, then I'd like to see what's upstairs. Honestly, learning that the story connects to some basement is more than enough intel to cross it off the list. Still, if this had anything to do with Rioshu's memories. Alright, let's push through. Executing your command, Executive Manager. The will of the prescripts is absolute. Is it, though? Very strong, but Dawn is stronger. Well, yeah. She was a second kindred.
빠르게 처리하지.
We were talking about a second kindred in comparison.
빈틈투성이군. 스틸레터.
효율적인
To,
대처로 골키를 꿰뚫었습니다.
짜증나게.
참고로
She's currently
그대는
turning to
입에
first
발린
kindred.
말 따위
This is
쉽게 하지
true.
않아요.
Second kindred got slimmed out by some art students and placed in a gallery. Well, we don't know if that was a second kindred. They're just implying that that was part of the Tepish family, which is Dracula.
결정. 해금. 좋아.
오케이.
지령에게 불확실한
작전 지역
것은
진입 확인했어.
참견. 네.
And for all we know, the reason why
태어난 곳으로 돌아가라.
that one got
평가? 양호.
어우, 제대로 꽂혔는데.
짜증나게.
in such issue was, you know, I don't know.
안 남았어도 이 정도쯤은.
합격장.
効果的な攻撃でした。
충족. 지령이 이끄는 대로
옳다.
흔들렸군.
지긋지긋한 전투가 드디어 하나 끝났네요.
Of the Tepes family because she was literally called Mother by OG Dawn's family. She had never sired any children. Lickboo Company. So she's taken over Dawn's bloodline.
어중간한 예술은.
The eye of of a second kindred of the Tepish family. Oh.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Eye of the second kindred of. Okay, never mind then. It is second. Yeah. Okay. Well,
뭐가 뜻대로 안 됐나 봐.
they got Alucard.
잘 먹거든 모양이네요.
No.
이제
I would be
각도적
upset
하나
if they got Alucard. I like Alucard because of Castlevania.
남았군요. 거의 진압되겠는걸요?
맞아. 여기까지 다 울리지 않았어?
그대는 친절하지 않은
공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로 돌아가라.
Nosferatu is not Tepish though.
개츠에게 일격을 가하는데
하고들
Wait.
성공했습니다.
No, yeah,
참고인의
Nosferatu is
가족에겐
not Dracula.
영웅은
They're different.
타이밍이긴 하겠지만 이 전투가 성공적으로 끝나면 모두의 희생을 기리며 축배를 드는 것도 나쁘지 않겠죠.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
So the ring is stronger to a degree than a second kindred. Well, again, you're not. Here's the thing, Neo. We're not entirely sure how the second kindred was defeated. For all we know, it wasn't the ring, it was something else. Because I would be pressed to believe that Callisto could actually defeat, not Callisto, Emile Vautier, whatever her name was, could defeat a second kindred.
살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로 돌아가라.
임파스터.
Impasta.
예측할 수 없게.
This is an impasta.
트랜지션, 확산탄, 임상시험 성공,
적에게 치명상을
군락의
입혔군요.
방어를 목표.
관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠.
What's up there? You may speak casually, Araya, but in the presence of apprentices, perhaps you should find it preferable to mimic the tone of the Dihui star. Come on, it's not like I wanted to be the Dihui star. Just let me do whatever I want while I'm here. Certainly, you have a point. So, what's there? Up the stairs? I'm not sure myself. I've never been upstairs. Aren't you even a little curious? Why bother peeling back the heavens to see what is beyond? Those wanting of yearning needn't raise their heads skywards. Am I seeing Araya's memories? Fuck, what did you see? I'm not sure, but now we've got even more of a reason to check upstairs.
모처럼 괜찮은 예술을 보나 했더니 벌써
Oblivion in silence. Oh,
방지할
we're just fighting more
해야 할 뒤처리도 없나.
more paper boys.
이번 작품에 대해 논의할 시간이다.
뛰어난 병사라도 적재적소에 쓰지 않는
I need to make a
무의
crackpot
무는
theory
우선 전원부터
on Twitter
살피지.
or X, excuse me.
한국 정도는 읽었다. 나머지는 칼을 휘두를 일 아닌가.
필연적 절대적. 아이씨, 짜증나게.
빈틈투성이군. 스틸레터.
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
대상 확인, 절침탄, 트랜지션, 확산탄, 임상시험 성공.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
필중의 의지만 있다면
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Okay, crackpot theory done.
적에게 치명상을 입혔군요.
많이 남았어도
관리자님은
임파스터.
당신이
도쯤은
생각하는 것보다
Impasta.
대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나
Nice to have a
옳은
change of
말만
pace,
판단합니다.
not beating up psycho art students. Yeah.
아이씨,
Instead, we
짜증나게.
deal with script following NPCs.
태어난 곳으로 돌아가라.
공격 능력
Yes.
양호.
제대로
방심해.
꽂혔는데.
Bang, 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 bang.
임파스터.
내가 있는 곳까지
어디에서도 볼 수
흔들리던데.
없을 색채.
네, 완벽한 돌입이었어요.
Out of which sinners would manifest the most Mang rings? Sancho's level 85, ignoring effective level debuffs. Callisto's level 83, and he's kind of sitting on his laurels compared to other maestros, so it's not improbable. That's true. Oh,
아듀. このまま行けば敵を食い止められます。
파고들 시간이다. 잔우에.
Sancho is starved, though. That's true. It's not like Sancho has been readily feeding herself blood.
어중간한 예술은 물어뜯어 고칠 수밖에. 아이씨, 짜증나게.
That's why I said ignoring effective debuffs. Right, we don't know how strong she'd be if, you know, she was to her original power.
차포잡이라 예상한 것보다
살고자 하는
움직임이
모든
좋구나.
것들과 함께 무덤으로 돌아.
내가 공주롭게 애장품
Oh.
보여줄게.
너희 중에 부상 인원이 생긴 것 같은데?
공세에서 벗어날 수 있게
필주
적의 주의를
의지만
분산시켜보죠.
How beautiful. Oh. Transforms, still loses Clash.
이제야 완성되어.
이제야 실력을 좀 내시네요. 평소에도 이러면 얼마나 좋습니까?
정해진 운명이라네. 결정. 해금. 좋아,
자가당
실현에게
차기로다.
불확실한 것은 없네.
흔치 않은 기회니
빠르게
이 팀의
처리하지.
승기를 붙이자꾸나.
대상 확인, 철침탄, 트랜지션, 확산탄, 임상시험 성공.
옳다.
자세가 무너졌니?
바이올렛 브레이크스.
Dang it, Rodia, did you not
직원들이
eat?
긍정적인 환경에 놓여
Rodia
있는
never
것은
eats.
관리자님이 이 기회를 잘 활용하길 기다리겠습니다.
여유탄
기계는
회수.
언제나 기다리는 운명이니까요.
Kind of a letdown when they were body blocking a door like there was a big secret behind it. Right? Looks like any other average family home. Oh man. I get cleaning up's a chore, but peeps should at least dust their home once in a while. A thick layer of dust covering every surface and blotchy. Wait! Holy crud! Guys. Oh my god. Oh my god. Guys. What if the prescript that Otis received was always agree with the executive manager of Limbus Company? Or those in power even. Oh my god. Dude, I feel like we're going down a rabbit hole. It's not even Canto 11 yet. A thick layer of dust covering every surface and blotchy wallpaper made it clear that no one's been living here for a good while. Whichever family must have lived here must have had a child. Look, there are drawings and dolls, though it seems like the place has been abandoned for quite some time. That also means the moment she gets a prescript that says to capture Dante. Could something bad have happened here? Yes, something must have happened in here that caused the family to flee, and they never got to return. Yeah, lots of evidence that the open door, single shoe just lying around. Deja vu strike me hard now. This room. Shoot, this is not hitting me. So someone fled this home for some reason, never to return. I don't know, it's kind of hard to narrow down the cause. It really could have been anything. Are you searching for something in particular, Rioshu? Yes, but doesn't seem to be here. Every framed photo is singed beyond recognition, and whatever documents there were have been torn to shreds. Kind of like my memories. So this wasn't where he escaped, huh? The index nurse father, Rien, the last time we saw him, he fled the house via a corridor after suffering a severe wound at Rioshu's hand. If by some miracle he survived, there's a chance he'd come after Rioshu again, but something about our last encounter led me to believe this is the last time we would ever see him. Do you recognize this drawing? I found myself hoping to see Rioshu piece together another memory she'd been recalling new details all day whenever something caught her attention. Sadly, she responded by softly shaking her head. No, I don't. Bruh, what am I missing? Am I dumb? I mean, I am, but what am I missing? Sangria. Oh, this is a long fight. Oh, no. Is this the final story note already? If so, I might have to take a better team. I might want to take a good team. Okay. So... let's focus on winning.
왔군.
전시 준비는 완벽하답니다.
나를 점 찍었다면 격에 맞는 조언도 함께 준비하도록.
It isn't that hard, surprisingly. We'll take some extra precautions just in case.
살아서 돌아갈 수만 있다면 무엇이든.
We need a new Heathcliff ID, IMO.
이번에도 치령의 뜻은 본인과 같군.
After leaving Rian's quarters, we explored the Index's quarter for a while, but didn't find anything that could help piece Rioshu's memories together. Great work. Now that leaves the Pinky Nurse Father's corridor, but that room didn't have any back doors for us. There were countless more in the adjacent, but our guideline makes it difficult to delve into each and every one of them. Which means the work here is done. Thank you for assistance, Dante. Okay. Glad we could help. Dante replies, we're happy to be of help, of assistance. Well then, it's been a pleasure. After a brief round of handshakes, Alan returns. We probably should have done the same, but want to take a look around here anyways? Sure. As we had more business here than simply checking the doors, we decided to stay a little longer and investigate the Pinky's corridor. The Pinky Nurse Father's room had a peculiar structure. Each door we opened to a room identical to in a shape to the previous one. And even though I was certain we traversed through quite a few rooms, we somehow found ourselves back at the starting point. There are some small design differences between each room that help to tell them apart, but it's difficult to tell which is which unless we really look hard at every detail. Where are we now? In the kitchen? How do you know that? I've been here a few times. Someone ghosted me after promising to watch Fixer clips together, so I thought I'd come visit. It's someone y'all have met too. I think, it was, must have been the one who was severed by Arashiki. Dang, you might be right. His name is Ren, the Pinky Apprentice. I I TikTok, but no one here really seemed to have anything to say to that. I suppose the only one only makes sense. After all, his existence registered to no one but me. So when you said back at K-Corp that you cooked before, you're talking about this, huh? Yep. I used to perform intense culinary artistry here. Your scabbard's shaking. The reviews were glowing. One of them was yum, meaning unbelievably mouth-watering. Araya was definitely shaking to deny Ryoshu's claim. Must have been pretty bad, huh? I'm having a hard time believing her if you ask me. What did you usually make? Box lunch. Daughter saying, Mom, stop lying. Box lunch that kids might bring to grade school, like with sausages cut like octopuses and tamagayaki. A bit simple to be intense culinary artistry. IF. Didn't you know there's something like a school box lunch rivalry? So I want octopus, sausage, tamagayaki, and... Why are we making sausages out of octopus? No, I mean sausages cut like octopuses. And why are we cutting sagas into octopus shapes? Because it's adorbs, that's why. Something like this. What's that? Sausage carved into an octopus shape. Didn't miss a single suction cup. Come on, I didn't mean like a real off octopus, okay? It's gotta be adorbs. Isn't it all SD once it goes down the gullet? Why is this important? But mommy, there's nothing like a school box lunch rivalry. IDU. Huh? You're doing weird acronyms again, aren't you? It means I don't understand. That's when you say IDK, Mom. SMH. Sagas. These must be some of the happiest moments Rioshu and Araya shared. The sinners, me, and Araya, even as a scabbard, could imagine or recall them in full. But for Rioshu, the most important part of those memories remained sliced away. Still, if we continue to piece more and more of her memories together by going over these places. Do you want to check out upstairs too? As soon as I asked, however, the sinner's footsteps came to a stop. Wait. Hang on, cockhead. Don't open the door just yet. I looked back and forth as Kira and Heathcliff poised to fight, hands on their weapons. This way, manager. And Mersault, who realized what that indicated, yanked me to the back of the line. And in mere moments. So there was someone guiding those whelps. Figures they'd send more fodder to the House of Spiders. Stinks of wet dog. The claws of a massive paw slashed through where we had just been standing. Wolf mask? It really is, as Maestro Emily Benoit said. This place is already occupied. Oh my gosh. Dude! These are literally gigantic! If you would be so kind as to help me with directions. Is this where Master Callisto's art is located? The question came from a woman who appeared from one of the doors that led to a different corridor. She was wearing a wolf mask, unlike Fauvis we had encountered thus far. She seemed to make it a point to speak and act with decorum, with a subtle hint of her violence. Violence in her voice betrayed the air of faux civility. Sure, you're at the right address, lady. Robo-Unk's stuff ain't in this part of the house. Find a different corridor. Yes, I'm aware. But I'm not looking for his creations, which are easily mistaken for mass-produced garbage. I could feel her intense gaze, even though the face was obscured, and there was no doubt her eyes were bearing down on Rioshu. Suddenly, I was reminded of what Rien said moments before he fled. We let them observe us too freely. But what is that? The Fauvis got to confirm a lot of important intel, including the fact the House of Spiders has fallen, and Rioshu currently has possession of Ariashiki. They want Rioshu for themselves, whether she's completed or not. Rioshu as she is now. Isn't that intriguing for once? My name is Rufo Yoshihide, the blade coveted by the Five Fingers, Master Callisto's final and posthumous masterpiece. As a docent of Fauvism, please allow me the honor of escorting you to our gallery. Do I want to? Don't see the point in hanging out with people, and that was an anesthetic AM. As expected, Rioshu declined Rufo's request with a curt reply. and Araya rattled angrily too in the docent's direction. Then, I'm afraid my only option is to rely on our usual method of ushering. How are odds? I don't know, she's probably tougher than me at my maxed out. Really? The shape on her ring suggests that she is a docent at the School of Fauvism. Her position is comparable to that of a cape over thumb, or big sibling of the middle. I hear so many people howling at the face reveal. Now you understand why Frenchman and Rhodia got it. Yeah? Her face, she is actually quite pretty, and her chest is bigger than Shaquille O'Neal's head. Doubt she's anywhere near as strong as Lei Hung. Our chances are ho-hum. Half or more. I like those odds. Half of more. Dude, really? Outmodded. Has been. Why seek out the art of a has-been after all this time? It was so, wait. There's so many tweets I've seen. It's just like when the reveal of what's her name came out. She looks it was just like when Mao, the Mao branch woman, when her face was revealed in Intervallo 8.5. So for her, it's like, you know, reveals beautiful woman, chest bigger than Shaquille O'Neal. Zilu, thank you. To entrust such a momentous project in the hands of one such as Callisto, why everyone agrees that is no less foolish than casting a pearl before a swine. And they were quite on point with that assessment. His oeuvre recovered from the house were more tools than art. The sort that the likes that workshop meisters might assemble. No self-respecting maestros would create such mundanities and call them art. Now I must ask for your forgiveness for presuming that you would be no different from the rest of his work. But what I observed from this room completely changed my perspective. The scorched corridor, the ferocity with which you scarred the walls and floor, as though a frenzied beast had torn them. There's only one tool that could have left such marks behind. At least you've got a passable eye for art. Yoshihide, I ask you, have you ever considered pursuing art of an further elevated beauty? It was an experience that departs from the dilapidated remnants that dubs itself corporism, a movement so constrained by its obsession over the human corpus that, once it had depleted all meaning it had to offer, it began piling on empty definitions on itself. Fauvism is a movement that has broken the traditional mold. Unfettered like a beast that roams free, we dare ourselves to ask questions that challenge the mind. What is man? What are things? What does it mean to trace the origin? How do we define that which we call la fauve? These are subject matters that have led us foes into the field of fertile creativity, just like she is. Should you, a wielder of that relic, enter the fold of our movement, it will layer your work with such an unrelenting spectrum of colors that it would be destined to leave an unforgettable impression in the annals of history. In other words, what we can offer you will be of much greater worth than what you may have learned from a teacher like Callisto. Never considered him my teacher, not a real one anyway. Finding beauty among the carnage of blood and flesh is a lesson I learned on my own. Yes, and yes, I've known enough of your movement. Maybe I considered some of the works created by your school acceptable, at least among rings art or not, I can't remember. Then, will you? But I don't know. I don't know what makes your art more elevated than the one I pursue. The one you pursue? Didn't the site you claim to have seen clue you in? Oh, it did. I do understand. Your art may appear to be more than unchecked chaos at glance, but upon observation it reveals a fierce, dominant force that threads the entire scene together with its keenness as a connecting suture. Your blade work, too, shows such multi-layeredness. Mere keenness often entails mundanity, yet you have Yet you have transcended such a limit by scorching the tail end of each slash. Truly unique aesthetic sense. I believe I sufficiently understood the full extent of the artistic merit in that scene. No, you didn't. Lesser painters like you are such mediocrities that they fail to recognize the beauty that lies in the grotesque. They do little beyond painting the heck reflected in their eyes and call shallowness hex beauty. The sorrow condensed into a cry held in an instant, wrath unbound from the yoke of reason, the fading gleam of despair in the hue. You give no thought to what each of those emotions signifies. Instead, obsessing over the cursory qualities of what is beheld, let me teach you otherwise. Pay attention, because I won't afford you another long-winded lesson. Rioshu readied her scabbard. Oh gosh, dang! Pontilus, Fauvis, supremacist, suprematist! Oh my god. I almost just got demonetized right there. Blau Raters, Cubis. I visited my share of ring galleries, heard from their commentaries, but none of them are to my liking. Your art is an overcomplicated pile of definitions buried under symbols, caked in patchworks of empty shells. You and your art both talk too dang much. Just like Callisto's, keep trying to take from other movements, forcing meaning where there were none. Excess is easy, anyone can do it. What's beyond most is making it succinct, the art of abbreviation. Alas, if all is one by one abbreviated away, nothing remains in its absence, making the void left behind completely bereft of meaning. No, the void is what remains, and it holds things that can't be found anywhere else. What is this? A minimalist manifesto? No, my aesthetics go beyond the pursuit of simplicity. I pursue the natural germination of artistic immaculacy, a state of perfection wherein further abbreviation is an impossibility. Sangria. Bit abstract, isn't it? Too removed, too plain, with a distinct lack of any meaningful striking qualities. What exactly is it that elevates your art above that of Fauvism? Painters. We're the stubborn sort that mere words can't convince. Indeed, there's no discipline that more subjective than that of art. Discourse concerning its nature may extend for days, but it will not change the fact that unseen arts are meaningless, pretentious illusions at the end of the day. And I suppose I'll have to carve it into your eyes. Please do, though it may be overshadowed by the sheer vibrancy of my aesthetics. I, a docent of Fauvism, shall personally welcome you to my critique session. Yo, if you like crazy girls, there you go.
너무 약 올리신 것 같은데요. 적의 기세가 확연히 달라졌어요.
I'm not fixing her. I'm making her worse. I can't fix her, but she can destroy me.
감상은 어떤가요?
I always found those comments funny. Bruh, there's war.
짜증나게.
It's always so hard with such low sanity to start. Make her and Zilu fight in the mud. You're weird, Will. I like how Sinclair just awkwardly falls down.
최선을 다해라.
주군께서는 사소한 실수로 책 잡지 아니하시니 너무 긴장하지 말고 임하게.
시연합니다.
Fauvism.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
This is just an AoE DPS check, nothing more, nothing less.
속에서 담내가
Well, Rioshu just took a lot of damage, so.
조이.
잠시. 아직 5번 더 갈라야만 합니다.
Bruh. There's war.
남았어도 이 정도쯤은 브레이크.
Please critique us, Rufo. Can you, like, not?
지령대로 움직일 뿐입니다.
또 방심하다가 당하셨네요.
삐삐삐삐삐삐.
하지만 아직 더 할 수
What
있으신 거
the-
알고 있습니다. 조금 더 해보시죠.
지령에 따라 참격.
그 슬픔이 셋째.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
TBH, the new IDs are a bit of a glass cannon.
로신한테 꿈에 닿을 때까지 몇 번이고!
効果的な攻撃でした。
Oh my gosh.
직원 중 하나가 큰 피해를 입었군요.
좀
그러나 아시다시피 우리는 앞으로 나아가기만 할 뿐 돌이킬 수 없어진 것은 눈길을 주지 않아도 된답니다.
And goodbye, Otis.
囚人に致命傷を確認。至急対処お願いします。
No. Yo,
적군의
Shihide.
함정인가? 벌써
물려라.
점을 잘
내가.
시간이. 아니, 아직 수는 남았다.
Okay. We need to finally have some. We need to get some prescripts done, guys.
지령에 따라 참격.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
TBH, the new ID, though I was testing them in RR and the new event. Oh shoot, I need to do a Flaction Whale Ray. You can just pop Dawn's defense skill and she'll gain it.
수행되었습니다.
이중
Bang,
격발.
bang.
조준은 필요하지.
여기 심장.
Oops.
このまま行けば敵を食い止められます。
여관에 가면 또 한참을 떠드시겠네. 바리에게 해줄 이야기가 또 늘었군요.
Okay. Bam.
감상은 어떤가요?
우와.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Undertake la prescription.
약점을 잘 노리셨습니다. 이제 해결사의 전투법도 익숙해지셨네요.
그 슬픈 눈빛 억제 완료.
Come on, Rian.
대상 확인. 철침탄.
I actually forgot about the defense skill thing.
임상 시험 성공.
옳다.
Get pierced.
아무것도 남지 마라.
예술적이네요.
좋아,
지령에게
불확실한 것은
어허허허허.
부디 그래선 안 되겠지만
Furioso
이 층을
replica.
관리자님의 역량에 대한 계산을 재검토해야 할지도 모르겠군요.
Okay. Do it.
예측할 수 없게.
Get your critiques out of here.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Oh.
여유탄 횟수.
격정의 마음을 모방하겠어.
You are not winning that one, my lady.
제한 종료.
바이올렛, 브레이크.
Yes.
흐릿한
To remain oneself. You know, I feel kind of bad for people who join Limbus company and can't use these Arknights IDs. They're quite pretty and quite fun to use.
양호.
어우, 제대로
이 전투는
꽂혔는데.
승리할 거예요. 효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위
앞으로도
쉽게 하지 않아요.
해주세요.
갈지.
Oh? You are worthy of the privilege to behold my prize needlework.
생체 반응이 끊어진 개체의 기록이 감지됩니다. 만약 제가 인간이었고 조금 더 쾌활한 성격이었다면 당신과 하이파이브 같은 걸 시도해 보았을지도 모르겠네요.
예측할 수 없게.
I think these are only IDs/egos that are possible to get in their past event.
아이씨,
제
짜증나게.
예상만큼 관리자님의 능력이 우수하다는 것이 증명되는 것 같아 다행이군요. 지키기 위해서.
Finally, we're raising our sanity and lowering hers. Ooh, she's going to be distorting soon. Oh. Regret.
구속구가 나의 폭력을 저지하기엔
That was 2 damage.
턱없이 모자르지.
굳이 직접 목격하지 않아도 느낄 수 있겠죠. 대부분 분야에서 저는 최고의 성능을 내는 AI지만
Ooh, we have gallery closing time.
공감의 영역은 잘 쓰지 않았던 기능이라 일단 먼지를 털어내야 하거든요.
총원 불격!
Closing time.
퇴장 시간이 되었답니다. 그럼 안녕히.
전술의 승리네요.
대지위인데
짜증나게.
관리자가 아니라 지휘관이었던 거 아니야?
지키기 위해서.
아홉째
Come on.
완료.
Let's get it.
느낄 수 있겠죠.
걱정은 하지 않겠습니다.
Ooh.
어차피 이미 이길 거라고 확신하고 있으실 테니까.
Oh, we got Furioso replica and he's staggered?
총원 불격!
Oh,
아이씨, 짜증나게.
죽으라는 지령은 없었나?
당신이었군요.
저희를 지켜라.
폭격이라도 있었던 거야?
전방위적인 피해입니다. 우선 엄폐를.
come on. Punish her for that one. Rian song.
내내 격정적으로 파도가 밀려드는구려.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
All heads, baby. We love to see it. Pure heads damage.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬랩. 자,
자세가 무너졌네.
Stiletto.
지키기 위해서.
Stiletto. Oh, yeah.
허술하군.
Merci beaucoup. Oh, I am yawning over here. Uh-oh.
찢어 밝혀주마.
걱정은 하지 않겠습니다. 어차피 이미 이길 거라고 확신하고 있으실 테니까.
And I got work too. That was not very stiletto of you.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
자세가 무너졌니?
And staggered. Desune. Oh, she lived. Brothers War.
완벽하게 수행되었지 않은가. 하지만
Good
아직
memories.
기약은 없구려. 그렇다면 여전히 난 아무것도 인가.
See, you're already looking much better with the superfluous animal parts removed. You're serious about finding your own movement. I already answered that. But you'll need time. Under the Fauvism wing, at least until you can fully cultivate, perhaps. I suppose words have any meaning now. The docent raised her giant arm as though to strike us in her final act of defiance, then slammed it down upon the door we entered through and said, "All I can do is buy time for." Mid-sentence, the docent suddenly went limp like a marionette whose strings were cut. Gone. And here I thought her last words were going to be succinct. Ah, thus we made foes with yet another finger, the ring. Let's not doom and gloom already, fellas. We beat an officer of the fingers all on our own for the first time, didn't we? I see this as a pretty definite win. All on your own, huh? Come on, bro. I was fighting my butt off out here. Gregor had a point. The outcome of this battle would not have changed by a significant margin, even if you hadn't been here, Kira. This is more like it. Won't freak out over a mere BB anymore, long as we're with Clock. Ha! Don't start congratulating yourselves for the achievement bare minimum. Those who celebrate over so small an occasion don't deserve to stand beside the executive man. I guess this isn't impressive at all to the people who used to be much stronger, like Otis or Don Quixote. Prithee, speak not such folly, for the joy of my compatriots is mine alone. Have you any inkling as to why she might have, in her final moments, elected to demolish the door? Right? It's not like we have a shortage of doors here. Are we really debating the logical thought of someone who was 2 seconds away from dropping? Come on, let's get out of here so we can bring everyone else up to date. Didn't I just leave this room? Ishmael walked out the door we'd entered through and appeared from behind us. Oh no, where'd the exit go? Don't tell me the exit changes every time someone walks through it. No, can't be that easy. I'm barred from enjoying the fresh air of the world outside. No longer free to travel the mountain cliffs as my feet would carry me, as the other members of the Pinky are. I wish to no avail that I should be allowed to weave the delineations of ways and back streets. So this is what she meant. The back door through which we traversed is a passage of corridor of the one called the Index Nurse Father. Across the broken door we might, however, it avails us but a brief jaunt to the Pinky Nurse Father's azure corridor before it turns us to this room. Room's now locked in a loop without a starting point, no matter what door we open. Is there anything we can do? The rescue team will arrive in time. As this location adheres to the regular flow, unlike warp trains, it will be approximately between a week or two from the present before we can return. It's pretty long. Well, the first problem we have to deal with is food as well as some wear. We should be good at least for 3 days. Thanks, Rydia. So let's... I didn't bring any snacks. It's not like we were about to walk out into one of the L Court branches or dungeons, so... Yeah, it makes sense. Looks like we're gonna have to give this room a thorough search then. No need. There's an exit. If there's no exit, we cut open our own. What of the part where it cuts your memories too? Deal with that yet? No. The sword. It still cleaves my memories with every clash. Don't know what memory it'll slice away this time. It'll be something recent or one I hold dear. Oh wait, don't be so bloody rash. Other than me, no one but Heathcliff still remembers the person he holds in the loving depths of his heart. Ever since the day of the Sepia Tempest, memory took on a special precious meaning to Heathcliff. Heathcliff suddenly reached out and grabbed Rioshu's arm. Though Rioshu and Heathcliff's circumstances were different, it was clear that Rioshu's reckless attitude towards sacrificing triggered a sort of anxiety. What? Didn't you hear? Them nerds will be able to get us in a week out. Why don't we just keep that sword nicely in the scabbard and wait it out? The radio doesn't work. What if we went up to the rooftop and entered one of the doors there? There are thousands of them. Out of the question. By doing so, we will putting ourselves in greater risk, that of casting ourselves into the endless maze that is the corridor. Okay, but we're dead. We're like goners if that brick wall of a maestro wanders into this room. That wolf lady's last words. Man, I'm seeing the flags. It's a hecka risky move, but I think Yoshihide and her OP sword is our best bet. Right, but what if we got lucky and they find us in a day or two? Quit freaking out, HC. It will only be forgotten, not lost. Well, good memories don't tend to last very long. It's been a fun excursion, Clock. I looked toward the scabbard, expecting it to rattle violently as it did earlier, but it remained still. The white blade soon reveals itself and cuts across the wall where the door used to be. And naturally, as Ariashiki's blade cleaves through the wall, so does it Rioshu's memories. Aww, we were really getting somewhere. The thin strands of Araya's image, which had just begun to coalesce, slowly unraveled and fell apart once again. Even still, Araya released the blade without hesitation. But it's okay. We'll try again. So, conveying no resentment, no hatred, but a few words of consolation. Don't feel too bad. As her voice faded into the gentle dark with Rioshu's memories. Dude, that was a heartbreaking scene again. Oh my god, okay. So Canto 9 basically looped us all around and made us feel despair because ultimately nothing really changed. You know, Rioshu went through all of that just for nothing to change, and then they hit us with an Intervallo that did it again? Doth cruelty have no bounds?
기능보다 소재의 원본을 드러내는 방향으로 겉면의 결정.
Does the cruelty of Limbus have no ending? They're just like, hey, so let's do what we did to you in Canto 9, but do it again. Ah, welcome back. Question. What exactly was the point of verifying every backdoor within the House of Spiders? Oh, Hohenheim didn't fill you in? Any information regarding these doors holds an enormous value for us, not to mention the higher-ups requesting us to reorganize the House of Spiders into a base of operations, even if we had to rush our work. Only speculating here, but I am convinced that they're preparing for a conflict of sorts. These little pockets of absolute safety are extremely valuable during these operations, as you already know. Wait, stop. Right there. What conflict? What operation? Are you saying that your bosses are preparing for war? I just feel like isn't enough alarm in his voice considering what he's saying. Preparing for what? Not even trying to hide it anymore, huh? Did I do something wrong? Must you know? I thought everyone knew. I mean, it's an open secret at this point. L Corp has fallen. W Corp is teetering on the brink of collapse. You call us the aspirant W Corp. We call Limbus the aspirant L Corp. Something did change. Somebody else is holding the sword for her. That's true. Araya is technically ensuring Rioshu's sword doesn't just come out. Meaning we have a shared goal. So that's why the second smoke war happens. Ooh, dude, I have goosebumps all over my body. My freaking goosebumps all over. The second smoke war happens thanks to Sinclair. Or not thanks to Sinclair, I'm so sorry. Because of Limbus Company. The current W Corp's still kicking despite its rapid decline. And as we all know, companies in the city aren't worth much unless they've got military force to back them. It's only natural that a business conflict would lead to physical one as well. Sinclair, how could you? That's right, we pin it all on Sinclair. This is just a mere team leader speaking, though. Who knows what the higher-ups in our companies are thinking? Either way, much fruitful collaboration was had today. This will reflect pretty well on our performance metrics, and we didn't even suffer many losses. I can safely say you should expect a positive review from us regarding this collaboration. After saying our farewells, we returned to the forward base and shared with Hohenheim everything that's happened. Hohenheim and Faust both did not seem willing to discuss the subject of the looming conflict. So we instead decided to have Rioshu's memory and sword re-examined. Oi, Hohenheim, results yet? Not yet, assistant. I clearly remember telling you 3 minutes ago that it would take more than 20 minutes. Have you forgotten already? He talks too much. Rioshu sounded irritated as she scolded Heathcliff, but I could sense a definite undercurrent of anxiety from the way she keeps puffing her cigarettes to a stub at increasingly shorter levels. This room might be smoke, then oxygen at this point. Mind slowing down a tad? You're practically fumigating the room with the cigarette smoke. And speed up, glasses. Gonna bounce as soon as I hear the results. Both of you need to learn to respect that things take time. Yes, time is indeed relative, but the fact that I have managed to complete an in-depth analysis of an item of such mystery in a single day is an incredibly fast turnaround, and therefore deserves your appreciation. I have been attempting to rein in more self-indulgent part of myself as late, but I believe the achievement deserves to be elaborated upon. It is an evident truth that such a result could not be replicable had it not been for my genius brain. Go out to the hallways, grab any passing researcher and tell them my incredible turnaround time, and you will hear them say, "Whoa, done already?" And to that I will answer, STFU. Evidently tired of the two sinners alternating, Hohenheim seemed to speed up the analysis and managed to hit the finish line much earlier than 20 minutes. Whoa, done already? Yes, there are times where test results are extracted earlier than the predicted time frame. Many of those instances are easily attributed to my genius at work. And why aren't you saying anything? Give me the TR now. You did tell me to STFU, so I'm attempting to observe the exact merits of doing precisely that. You think Yoshihide would ever use acronyms straight? What if it's something like sheesh, that's a full day, unwind after work though? And your verdict on her interpretation? That is exactly what I meant. She's better than MTL and... Please. How she lies as she breathes. At that moment, I might have caught a glimpse of the scabbard rattling slightly atop the examination, almost as though it was giggling. Very well then, I'll get right to it. First, the memory of the time she was complimented for her cooking has been erased. Huh? That's it? Hardly. Second, a name has been erased from her memory. Do you recall the name of the man who works with manager Saude? Effie? I would have asked in past tense had it been whom I was referring to. Glad Miss Saude wasn't here for that. That kid. Right, I don't remember his name. She forgot Pilot's name? That she did. Among with miscellaneous deleted hours are 172 hours of Don Quixote's tales of adventures and the types of food she fed to a seagull. Aye, upon it, dost thou say the memories most precious to young Rioshu and me have been thrown into utter destruction? Look, Don Quixote, I'm not trying to be mean here, but nothing of value was lost. That seems pretty acceptable, doesn't it, for the price of unsheathing a sword like that? If we're going by sheer volume, I wouldn't say its mileage is acceptable. It erased several days' worth of memory just for a single swing, didn't it? I mean, yeah, but they kind of sound like inconsequential memories, don't they? Greg and Heath forget stuff all the time. How's this any different? The seemingly inconsequential nature of these particular memories weren't achieved by sheer luck. In fact, it seems to have been impacted by the scabbard of Aryashki, or to be more precise, the power of Araya's ego. That's so. Rioshu looked down on the scabbard with an uncertain, hollow look in her eyes. All that remains of Rioshu, Araya, and Ryoshu's recollection is a blank space where the fragments of her existence used to be, severed and removed again. While it takes a rather significant amount of time, the scabbard seems to be, yes, capable of selecting which of Sinner Ryoshu's memories are to be erased at the cost of using Aryashiki. Sounds like I should be grateful then. But Rioshu regards the scabbard with a conflicted look, as though to approximate the outlines of the void she left behind. Oh, so it's got like a cooldown timer? She can use it whenever, as long as she gives it time to select the trivial memories? I wouldn't be so quick to dismiss trivial. The memory of time when you were complimented for cooking. It was quite precious memory, wasn't it? You performed an inverse calculation of the relic's cost. Yes, according to our measurements, the sword seems to be a factor in the weight of each memory when calculating the cost of wielding it. It becomes rather clear that it takes more than a light memories to properly wield it. So, have her memories been restored? As presumed, attempts to recall the erased memories being existence have resulted in failure. That is quite discouraging. But not all is lost. Simply by knowing that something used to be in that negative space, many things can be reminisced upon. Like Rioshu said, forgotten, but not lost. Fuck. You've just stepped foot into the world of Sangria. She flashes the briefest of smiles that scatters it away with a plume of cigarette smoke. Collecting the GB will restore it. What used to be here in the pockets and voids of my heart, my one and only. Ryoshu's gaze traced the invisible, the imperceivable. A few more days passed us by. We didn't spend those days idling. We visited Saudi and Pilot in recovery, did a few odd jobs here and there, like helping suppress a distortion containment breach caused by new LCE hire. With all the loose threads tied up, we managed to finally, after so long, kind of feels like we're home again. Return to the bus. Ah, bus, sweet bus. The chair could use a little more cushioning, but there isn't anything like it out there. Dang, this is your ride? Hecka cool. Faust. Between the two individuals who were looking rather pleased at Kira's astonishment, Hohenheim squeezed through to warn us about some things to watch out for. Finally, the bus. It has been forever since we've been on the bus. I asked team leader Alan to set the coordinates somewhere as close as possible to the nest. Keep driving through the door and it will bring you to an empty spot on a highway. Don't hesitate or hit the brakes because there's a chance there's a car driving behind you. You'll crash into a bus. So what are you two doing here on the bus? Decided to join the better team, did you? I must admit to a certain degree after hearing of your exploits, but to accompany an interest after hearing your exploits, but accompanying you through them in an entirely different matter, isn't it? I'm just here to adjust your coordinates. Speaking of which, how did you manage to escape your confinement? I told them I had stuff to help you with, and they let me out after making me scribble over some docs. Solitary confinement's boring, so I thought I might get some air. Might as well say goodbye to you while I'm out and about, right? I see. You exploited the fact that new hires don't have any grudges against you. I thought I told them to impress upon the new hires. The prisoners are to be treated as exceptions to the... Alright, the person in charge of that training is currently checked into long-term recovery ward. More problems stemming from the shortage of manpower. I best include this in my report. Sounds like they're both here to see us go. Well then, time to valediction, I suppose. Perhaps I've grown far too used to seeing your faces. Saying goodbye doesn't come out as easily as I'd expected to. Another day of reunion await in the future. I'd appreciate if the reunion had a low probability of occurring. I'm not very partial to mathematical statistics like the probability theory. I hope your prediction is dead right. Well then. Hey, Yoshihide. What? I wouldn't say we're family exactly, but listen, there's a lot of stuff I want to say to you, and a lot of stuff I want to hear from you, okay? So, SYL. Did I do that right? acronymize it into L and call me Rioshu, not Yoshihide. Prefer the echoes of that name. After a round of goodbyes, the two disembarked from the bus, and no sooner had the machinery clicked into place, the bus's wheels finally began to turn, bringing us closer and closer to the blindingly radiant portal mass enough to engulf the bus. Off to our destination, I guess. Where are we headed next? Dante inquires about the next destination, Virgilius. Huh. That's more like it. Been too bloody long since I heard that question. Yeah, don't get too excited. When has that question ever led us anywhere that's not downright bizarre? Virgilius gave me a faint, knowing smile, as though to confirm Ishmael's pessimistic remark, then delivered a comment that sounded too lighthearted for its gravity. Downright bizarre, is it? Well, let me say it's high time we face such a sight. Our next destination is District 14. In other words, Manager Dante. We are now en route to N-Corp. So, we are going there after all. N-Corp. Plenty of faces there I'd rather not see. As the result of the sinners voiced their various gripes and discontent, Mersault, who probably had the most amount of history with the wing, simply flipped open his newspaper like usual and began reading it with the same unchanging expression. As though, for him, none of this changed anything. Now departing, vroom vroom. With that, the bus resumed its journey to another tale. Round 2 with N-Corp. It's finally time. Canto 1-2 is coming, and Mersault's Canto is coming too. Dude, guys, I am not gonna lie. Canto 10 is gonna be wild. Cause again, you know what I think is gonna happen? I feel like Mersault is either an actual person or and this is like the wildest and probably not true theory I have. Mersault is just a screw loose wallop machine this entire time. That's all he is. Nothing else. He's just a screw loose wallop. Could you imagine that reveal?
와일드 헌트야, 더 앞으로! 막아서는 것들.
오, 오늘도 지령의 뜻을 완벽히 수행했.
God, that would be depressing. But again, he has history with N-Corp. He might be a robot, as someone pointed out, as his belt looks like a Lego piece. Well, if we look at every single one of Mersault's IDs, he never really changes from his expression. Ever. In literally every ID, he never really looks that different. He has a kid, though, in his book, no? Well, I don't know if we're gonna have a kid for Mersault. Yeah, I don't know.
잘 좀 해보지 그랬어. 내 탓은 아니다.
I just realized they don't actually show us the full names of the sinners. But gosh dang. Now that we actually know, most of these stories, we know how they got to where they are. Yisong, researcher attire. Faust, she was always part of, or she seemingly was always part of Limbus, so she hasn't changed. Don Quixote, found when she was inside of the watchtower, I believe. Yoshihide, after being approached by Faust, after escaping the House of Spiders and cutting her hair. Nah, we don't know yet. Honglu picked up, well, in his attire while he was living there. Heathcliff, looking like he got just out of the dead rabbits. Ishmael, with all of her survival gear. Rodian, gambling as always. Sinclair, I think that's just his school get up. We'll get some more information about that. Gregor, homeless and sad. Suspicious Otis. Well, he had a job. He did. We did learn that he had a job. He did have a job, so I'm wrong to say he was homeless. Sad and homeless. He was definitely sad, maybe not homeless. Man, again, the Otis reveals are getting crazy now. First, we're talking about, you know, she was asking about being accepted despite everything she's done. Now we're talking about how she refers to it as the gods, Athena. Just saying. I don't know what to say. It's heating up. I'm more excited for Canto 11 than 10 right now. But then again, they'll always find a way for me to get excited into another Canto, despite how I say that. N-Corp is starting? No. Oh, wait, yeah. No, seriously, I can't believe that Purgatorio is probably going to be the second smoke war in our engagement, because by all accounts, I don't think we're allowed to leave Limbus Company. But I'm pretty sure... their plan is... Inferno is pretty much setting up everyone's story and what happened in their history. Purgatorio is, you know, Purgatorio is essentially going to be the second smoke war in its entirety. No clue about Paradiso, but I do believe they're probably going to go that way. Inferno, Purgatorio, Paradiso. Still waiting for the Rio season ID? Aren't we all? It usually doesn't take this long, but I think they need to spend some time before they get there. The second part, since that's when the rupture happens. Isn't about 1 or 2 months for Rio ID? I don't know. Because I feel like they want to get all of the nurse fathers out before they release Rioshu. Reminiscence. I love how Orientation has a 4th match flame on there. They couldn't even put Gregor, Rhodia, or Gregor, Rhodia, or what's it called? Guys, my suspicions are growing. He's not the only screw loose wallop. I know he's not. They released a new one. Wait. Mersal is the only person with a screw loose wallop ego. His core ego is the chains of others, though. That is true. But like everyone else, there's 2 telepoles, 2 fluid sacs, 2 fourth match flame, or 3 fourth match flame, 2 roseate desire, 1 legermain, 1 ebony stem. Okay, so maybe it's not that. Like that for sure, but look, I have a suspicion. I want to go with it. Asymmetrical inertia. Gosh, some of these look good. Again, gorgeous ego. Oh, right, I almost forgot about LCEAEDD. It's possibility, but not 90+%. 90% plus 1. No, I don't think it's like super duper, like for sure, but you know. Alright guys, I should probably eat something and get ready for work. So I want to thank you guys for being here. You guys are the best part of each and every single stream, and I greatly appreciate it. I'm so looking forward to both the new Rio ID and our new ego, or not ego, the new Intervallo when it comes out. So yes. Don't forget, on Monday is my new stream reaming, or my gigantic stream thingy, the thingy mabobber donathon 24 hours. I will have a lot of stuff to share. I've collected a couple of stuff to open, all sorts of fun stuff. We'll be playing games, we'll be chatting, we'll be doing just a bunch of fun stuff, so don't miss it. All right everyone, take care and bye bye for now.